Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, everyone. Your home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
We are back. We are live. Haven't had as many streams recently, all due to me for the most part, issues on my end, but I think I got most of that situation worked out, so we should be getting back to doing regular streams. And we're starting here today with this episode on a rock inscription. A rock inscription that certain Muhammad mythists have decided is a complete fraud. It is not legitimate whatsoever, which is a possibility, right? There's always a possibility that someone faked something, or someone was, maybe they weren't even intentionally faking something, but it was picked up, and then they just kept their mouth shut about the whatever. Regardless of the situation, we're going to be looking at that inscription. We're going to be looking at the figure of Umar, one of the rightly guided caliphs from early Islam. And we'll be asking the question, what does the evidence say? Because it's very easy to, be like, well, I want this to be true, or I don't want this to be true, and then just decide based on that rather than based on the facts. And we don't want to do that here. So we are going to be looking at the actual data, the actual information, not just going based on our speculations. Of course, we have Mary here today.
She has some scary intellectual abilities to pour through massive amounts of sources and information, and is pretty brutal. If she weren't so busy doing other stuff, I think she would be wrecking Islam by herself.
Welcome back, Mary.
Hello. And I have been very busy doing other stuff, but unfortunately, Mel of Islamic Origins has decided to go on Al-Fadi's channel and spread misinformation. As long as he's spreading misinformation in his own little corner of the internet, I'm going to mostly ignore him because I don't think that he is a person who will be consistent. Hey, Thaddeus, what did Mel say about the whole Muhammad theory last time you listened to him?
I mean, last time I listened to him, he was kind of backing off slightly and saying, well, I didn't mean that it was a title. I meant that it was a description of Jesus that is very common, or something along those lines.
And he is now saying that Muhammad is totally this word and it means Jesus, just openly again, because last time
that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty interesting because, he was on with Jay, and Jay was saying that, and
he was saying,
out of embarrassment.
No, you're misunderstanding me, Jay.
Yeah, I know. You're misunderstanding me. Jay misrepresented me.
I told you that
they apparently even had a falling out as a result of this.
Yep. Nope. This is all Mel's stuff. He needs to take ownership of it and quit running away from it whenever it becomes humiliating for him, and then saying it anyway when it's not. When you're wrong, correct yourself. Just stop. stop saying foolish things. But Mel, unfortunately, really, really likes his ideas and his feelings and bases everything around that. So he went on Al Fadi and he went through a number of inscriptions, actually, all of which we will deal with. The main one, though, the one that's his big smoking gun, is one that he claims that shows that an addition was made later on to an inscription. And that's his big smoking gun for there being forgeries left, right, and center. He doesn't have to believe in anything because he has evidence that there was a forgery. Unfortunately,
well,
not even
just hold on a second.
Harb
Hold on a second.
says-
So hypothetically, if there was a piece of forged evidence, and to be clear, there certainly could be, right?
Yeah.
People have forged evidence for Jesus, for example. Would that indicate that the other evidence was forged?
No, there are forgeries done in many times in many places. You have to evaluate each piece of evidence on its own merits. So
you
even
can't just say a piece of evidence was forged, therefore everything was forged. It doesn't work that way.
No, and he kind of does this thing where if I don't want to believe it, it's later than it seems to be. That's his standard. It's its own belief. That's it. And by the way, hi Mel, I know you're watching now, or you will watch again. Quit pretending that you don't. It's very annoying and dishonest, by the way, whenever you pretend that you're not watching and then reference things that you hear deep into a stream. All right. So I would like to go ahead and start my presentation. We actually have quite a bit to go through. And people have been asking him to deal with information, which just means dismiss it out of hand. But they have been asking him, if you can bring up my presentation,
just a second,
deal with various things. Aw, it's a kitty. And so he will, like, quote unquote, deal with something after somebody says, well, what about this? What about that? And he will come up with an excuse for not taking it. And so I actually went to a thread that publicized a fair amount of newish data and pulled from that the things on those lists. Well, I hope he's going to stop YouTubing. He really should, because he has, unfortunately, is still using AI to translate things. Even after AI was hallucinating things, he still thinks that AI translation will do a great job. When I don't understand something, I ask other people. I do my best because I don't like pestering folks like Samawi here who helped me out on the translation today, because again, my reading of Arabic directly is kind of gross still. So I asked for help from 2 native speakers, and they did massively fast turnaround and lots of help. And so, like, that's what you do. You don't go to AI. AI is not going to translate things for you correctly, especially not Arabic. Other languages, it can. But if you're needing exact wording on something and you're making something big out of something, like, there are times when I can just go through Google Translate and it's fine. But there are other times, like, I'm like, ooh, this is weird. So I'll look at word for word, look things up, things like that. I'll check. I won't just go, I got this really weird result, so I'm just going to run with it.
Yeah, so I've actually noticed that with the AI the AI translation. Like, in many ways, it does better than the older machine translation technology. However, when there's like, say, an error in the text or something, it will just guess, right? It'll just guess. It'll make it make sense, even if it doesn't make sense.
Yep.
So you definitely have to be super careful with AI translation.
And
that,
yeah. Oh, I was going to say, and as a reminder to everyone, keep in mind that Mel is a person who thinks that this 13th century painting contains secret knowledge of the 7th century that is preserved nowhere in a written source, and that the directions in which people's eyes are focused and their physical appearance is instructive as to the secret origins of ancient Islam, that this is a reasonable method and that this is likely enough that he will spend like half an hour explaining all of his theories based on this.
So this is a painting made 600 years after Muhammad, give or take.
Yep.
And he thinks that none of the written sources for 600 years know the truth, or at least are telling you the truth. But in this painting, they hid the truth. I just want to make it clear exactly what the claim is when he does this kind of stuff. And this is just illustrative of his practice. I'm sure he doesn't currently view this painting as important, but tomorrow, who knows, right? His ideas change on a daily basis. Two things from the audience real quick. Zoe says, what's the kitty's name again? So this particular one here is Artemis. She's the most common to be on stream, but we do have 6 cats in total. And cargo crew with a raised eyebrow face going based on his feelings, not the evidence. Stay around, cargo crew, and look at the evidence and see, because you actually asked us, you specifically asked us to address Mel's claim that this particular inscription has an addition, or by consequence the whole thing is forged. You thought it was a very strong, very good argument, so stay tuned. We will look at that as well as some other inscriptions, because you're always telling us, where are the inscriptions? Where's the rocks? Where's the archaeological evidence? And then when people show it, it's like, oh, that doesn't count. So stay tuned. You'll enjoy today's episode, perhaps. All right, over to you, Mary.
And by the way, hello, people of the chat. And Misha points out that the painting denies Ezra and therefore does not holdeth secret knowledge. So Mel does this because he needs to blow up history. He has a position that maybe someone could have held 50 years ago when archaeology was in this area was absolutely in its infancy. The reason we're finding all of this stuff now is because we're looking. People care now. People are paying attention now. Didn't before.
And over to you. I got 2 more questions here. One from Clyde. Good to see you, Clyde. It's been a while. I saw you like right at the very end of the last stream, but I hadn't seen you before that in like a year. Anyway, welcome back, Clyde. So Mel, as Mary's calling him, YouTuber, channel is Islamic Origins. He's actually been on this channel a few times long ago. He is a Muhammad mythicist, meaning he believes that Muhammad didn't exist, that he is a legend created later on. His exact views change on a daily or at least weekly basis, so I can't tell you his precise views, but he is very firmly in the camp that Muhammad was not a historical figure. When I had him on the channel years ago, that wasn't the case. He was he believed that there was aspects of Islamic history that were inaccurate, or at least hidden, covered up. He, like I said, he constantly is changing his view, and for the last couple years he's been firmly on the mythist side, but constantly changing exactly what that means. Anything you want to add about Islamic Origins, Mel?
Yeah, the reason that we're addressing this is that he says ridiculous things that are obviously ridiculous to anyone with a passing knowledge of Islam or even Arabic, and he does this frequently. And so any argument that he uses makes Christians look foolish, and it is embarrassing to the community. And so he shouldn't teach, he shouldn't speak. He doesn't have the ability to deal well with historical data. He only knows English. He doesn't consult, or if he consults them, he doesn't believe people who do read the languages. So it's very disappointing. All right. So he needs to blow up history.
Yeah, sorry, I needed to take this real quick. One
Yep.
more after this. Shias can draw. They don't have the prohibition against images. That is
Yep.
correct. And from AJ Alex, Mel and Jay are not wrong about their scholarship on Islam. They're
Yeah, they
not
are.
right about anything. Literally, they're not even accurately representing the fringe, not credible scholars that they supposedly are quoting. Literally nothing about their presentations is correct.
Correct.
But
nothing
stay
about
tuned.
their
Listen to the information.
and yeah, listen to the information. I will show you why he is making stuff up and just saying things that are false. You shouldn't listen to him because
All right.
he cannot teach correctly. All right. So everything that's written, he needs to reframe. He needs to change the meaning of it. So when Christians are writing about the Muhammad's Arabs slaughtering Christians around 640, Mel needs them to be saying and meaning the bloodthirsty Jesus's Arabs. Jesus's Arabs are running around killing people. This is what Mel says, by the way. So Christians are writing this. Mel's like, oh, they mean Jesus's Arabs are killing people. Mel, he also needs the Rashidun caliphs to all be fictional because in his mind, well, I mean, he needs time for this. You can't make up lies about what happened yesterday. So he needs this time to elapse and this myth to grow and these things to be written and forged and all the rest of this. So he's trying to push it back to like 100 years after Hijra, when all this stuff is being created. And for that reason, he takes offense to any inscriptions that mention he tries to recast all the inscriptions that mention Muhammad. Oh, well, that's just
Some other Muhammad or
Jesus. Right. And then
it's not consistent. It's always different with each
Yeah.
one, but
and then
either it's Jesus or it's some other guy who was coincidentally named Muhammad.
but it means Jesus, but apparently there are regular people running around with this name, but definitely it means Jesus, by the way. So he'll turn around and say that's the name of a random prophet. You can't say who it is or a warlord, but it's also absolutely Jesus's name or Jesus's title or a word used in reference to him, which would have to be a title. It's not grammatically a title. So he really can't handle any inscriptions that appear to be clearly about any of the caliphs because that would mean caliphs exists.
And Potato here points out that in addition to saying the Christians were running around committing senseless violence, you also have to kind of assert that they're bearing false witness. They're writing down things that are not true knowingly, right? They're not just being tricked to writing down Islamic history. They're knowingly making this up. Very interesting position that you got to go through all these hoops to make Christians look bad in order to support your no Mohammedism.
Well, I think that Potato Sandwich is saying that Mel is bearing false witness against Christians of this era, which honestly is my position, and that's why it irritates me so much. So in that thread from which an inscription about Muhammad's wives was publicized, there are a number of other things that have been drawn out. There's a Sasanian coin. There were two of them are found dated 6A5 and 6A6, one of which, and I'm assuming that the other side has the date on it because this just has Bismillah Muhammad Rasulullah, which is actually quite visible and readable, impressively visible and readable, except for the last Allah, which is kind of all smushed up. But you have Muhammad's name and on a Sasanian coin at a reasonably early date here. And when all of this is supposed to be, it's supposed to be a Christian thing. It's on the side with a Sasanian king. This is a Sasanian king and a Sasanian crown. It's a Persian king with a Persian crown. And on the other side, you'll have fire altars. But apparently,
as you know,
really talking about Jesus.
The purpose of a coin is two things. One, to tell you who the emperor is, because you wouldn't know. You just wait until you got a new coin. Like, I don't recognize this coin. We must have a new emperor.
Yep.
And then also to tell you what his religious beliefs are. And so they put MHMD on coins to show that they were Christians,
Yep.
according to Mel and Jay.
With a fire altar on the back to show that they are Zoroastrian Christians, I guess. So, and this is another one. I've talked about this one before. I don't bring it up super often because it takes a moment for your brain to engage, to think about, and asking that of Mel is very difficult. So this one has the name of a dude named Abd al-Rahman ibn Muhammad. That's his name. His dad's name was Muhammad. Okay. He rebelled against the Umayyads, and he minted his own coins in 701 AD. And when he minted his own coins, he was killed off by them later for having rebelled, right? He stuck his name on them. So and he's recorded in the Islamic histories, which is a big problem for them because it shows that, now we have documentation of Islamic histories of the Rashidun and Umayyad period that you don't want documentation of because, these are all supposed to be made up. He was a pro-Umayyad soldier in 680, but this pushes his father back to around being born around 635 because he's already an adult. He's a soldier fighting in 680. So if somebody's a soldier, then I'm giving his dad at being 45 at this point when his son is fighting. Very reasonable age here. His own father was the son of a Kinda chieftain that we have written about in the histories. He had submitted to Muhammad. Then he rebelled in the Ridda Wars. So he submitted to Muhammad. In the Ridda Wars, he died. He married Abu Bakr's sister as a treaty after defeat. And guess what we find out about Abu Bakr's dad in the early Islamic sources, just in passing, that when Mecca was conquered, one of his youngest sister was still living at home and had a necklace stolen from her by the Muslims. And Muhammad said, well, don't complain about it because my followers are liars and they're never going to tell you who stole it. Like that's the story. That's literally the story. So she was quite young at that time, had not yet been married off. She has an name, but her name is like Mother of Riches. So it's not, her kid wasn't named Riches. It's a name like Kulthum. The one that is just, even though it looks like
just like
a
Mary,
kunya,
mother of the chat.
Ha. Not quite, but we'll go with it. All right. So that sister was married to this guy. Her first child, right after the Ridda Wars, who was with him, that was this Muhammad. Everything lines up from all these different sources knitting together to show a coherent and cohesive view. And by the way, Abu Bakr's father, the reason his sister is with him is because his father is very elderly and blind. So he has his young daughter who is still living with him and not married off, describing to him what's going on. Come out with me, tell me what's going on. So again, everything fits together.
Well, even if we ignore all that, and I'm not saying we should, but even if we ignore all those intricate details, we still have someone who was named Muhammad here, right?
Yep.
Not the person making the coin, but the person who's making the coin's father was named Muhammad, which apparently means Jesus. So he was just, whoever, son of Jesus. And no one had a problem with that because it was just a common name at the time. I mean, at some points in places in Christian history, people have named their kids Jesus, but you can't have it both ways, right?
No.
Either it's a super special term that automatically means the Jesus, right? The Jesus we all know when you reference Jesus, or it's a common name. You can't have it both ways, and yet they kind of need it to be both
Yep.
ways for their theory to make any sense.
Yeah. So when Jesus's Arabs are murdering people, they need it to not be Jesus's Arabs. When it's on this coin, they just don't talk about it, honestly. Mel's never addressed this coin. This guy.
I mean, you may not
his
even know about
dad,
it for all you know.
He should, but I mean, if you
Well,
just
he
look
does
at
now.
coins, yeah, he does now. If you just look at this one is in all the databases too, by the way, and has been for years. That's why I've mentioned it in passing before. But this coin shows that Muhammad was a regular human being's name in circulation by around 635. 635, regular name of human beings. And Mahmed, you want to call it Mahmed because you just are in denial about what Arabic is? Okay, call it Mahmed. That's not possible in Arabic. It's not an Arabic word, but that would be his name. That is what is written here. It's very clear that this is true. Now, here's the inscription that has got his panties in a wad. Here is the photo of it, that a high quality photo of it, color version, the one, and the paper is black and white because, of course, papers and journals are printed almost exclusively in black and white, so it's in black and white. Deal with that later. But the inscription that we're talking about are just the ones that were underlined here. There are other inscriptions, one of which, like, I don't know who could read the one on the right. It's just such a mess. Right lower, like that light patch is actually an inscription. Somebody wrote something there. And then there's more stuff up and to the right even farther. I don't know who can read that. I certainly can't. I haven't seen anybody like try to decipher it. But the one that's here and the tracing is actually really legible. This one here says Bismillah, and it's either I am Zuhayr. It was written at the time of Umar. At the time Umar died in the year 4, and then the next line he ran, right, and 20, or else it is I, Zuhayr, wrote this. And in general, people, the folks are noting whenever they look at the right word in isolation, they are rendering it as having been passive. So it was written. But the meaning doesn't change either way. So if you want to go, I, Zuhayr, wrote this at the time Umar died in the year 420, great. If you want to read it as I am Zuhayr, it was written at the time Umar died in the year 420, great. I'm just kind of putting together their statement.
Yeah, I mean, no difference,
passive
right?
together
No
with the
there.
whole thing, right? It has the same meaning, right? So this was a very significant time because it's about Umar. And it's about his death in right before 24 after Hijrah, right?
We got a vigorous intellectual response from Cargo Crew who says, yawn. Yes, this is very boring for you, I'm sure, like actually looking at the evidence. I know,
do realize, I do realize, Cargo Crew, that all you do is walk away with feels, and that's why you are on the Muhammad mythicist side, and you think that specifically Mel's presentation on this is instructive. Now, Mel is taking from our buddy Kerr. Remember Kerr? We covered Kerr last time. So Kerr, with his ridiculous attempts to make Muhammad into an adjective meaning desire in various contexts, and therefore referring to Jesus without ever indicating that the word was ever used as a stand-in for Jesus in any way, and without ever proving or giving even a shred of evidence that it means desire ever in any Arabic context. But that was his whole thesis, and we covered that last time that we went into the mythicist nonsense. So Kerr is back with an absolute pompous monstrosity of a paper where he's flumphing around and preening himself.
Before we get to Kerr, before we get to Kerr, we have a new no mower here. Sasha says, "This all things need to stop." Yes, thank you for proving our point that you're in a cult and you can't hear any information. That it is highly offensive to you to hear anything, to have an open discussion of ideas. Just cut off all discussion. I don't want to hear anything. Got it. He says, people put it rest. This isn't your field of expertise. You lack basic knowledge about this stuff, Mary. The supposed coin from the time of Uthman with the word Muhammad on it wasn't from the time of Uthman. Evidence?
None.
Jay said so. Jay, who can't even represent the guys who he quotes correctly, or Mel, either one. Neither of them have any relevant expertise, right? This isn't their field of expertise. I mean, not professionally, not in training. Go ahead, Mary.
No, he's talking about the coin that I had that had Muhammad on it.
I know
earlier, and not according to Jay. Jay doesn't know about this coin. He thinks that the expert who gave the age of this coin is just wrong. However, there is no other dating of it. No one else has given it another date. It seems like other experts are unaware of it. It has been dated by one expert ever, and that expert gave it an Uthmanic date. And again, that's not what everything rests on. I have not been replying to your emails because honestly, there really isn't a point in going into this. But because Mel decided to get onto Sierra International and say false things, I'm going to actually have to address the overall point. Now, Sasa, for some reason,
stop making comments, and we'll stop responding to his comments if he stops making comments.
Yeah, so Sasa, for some reason, is convinced by Mel's interpretation of Kerr's statements and thinks that it's silly to say that there are diacritical marks this early. I just did not reply to you in the email. Didn't think it was worth it. But today, I will give you incontrovertible evidence from other sources that diacritical marks did indeed exist earlier than this, with two dated texts from earlier than this with the diacritical marks on the consonants. So you can't say, well, I'm going to reject it because it has diacritical marks when I'm going to give you earlier a material with diacritical marks.
So Sasa says he doesn't support the idea that Muhammad didn't exist, but he wants to come in here and criticize us anyway. Fine, whatever, do whatever you want. Or, you can just turn it off if you don't want to watch.
I mean, if you want to listen to this, I'm actually presenting information on the stuff that I didn't reply to you about. I didn't reply to you because I felt like you had not bothered to do any research on your own, and I didn't feel like doing your research with you. And I know that sounds kind of harsh, but for one person, I'm not doing that.
I don't know what he's going on about. He says
he's just
I don't
massively
support his theory. I'm just mad because Mary didn't respond to me or something. I don't know.
He's just massively upset about that particular coin, which again, only one person has dated this coin. As far as I can find, I have found no one else who has dated it. That person would have dated the coin based upon its weights. Uthmanic is the default dating for Rashidun coins if there's no other indication of its age. If it's heavier, then it's Uthmanic. If it's been more debased, then it's from the revision of the metals.
And for Clay here, yes, Mary is working on.
Well, I'm not going to
working out the details. Not a response to that specific video, but she's working on getting on Al-Fadi's channel to talk about some of this stuff.
Yep, and I'm going to talk about some other things on his channel. I'm not going to pick a fight with Mel on Al-Fadi's channel.
Correct. Yes. That would be the last thing Al-Fadi would want.
No. Al-Fadi is very ironic. Anyway, Kerr wrote this long paper about forging ahead into the Islamic past. He called everyone who disagrees with him adherents of Professor Pangloss and other ridiculous things. He went on for pages on completely irrelevant things, just throwing out information that made him look like he's super smart because he knows all of these things. So now I'm going to say something and you're not going to dispute it because I've said all of these other things I've thrown out lots of random facts. So when I make my wild claim, you're just going to ride with it. But anyway, I want to point out that Kerr denies that Christianity and Judaism actually have a historical basis at the beginning of this. He says the importance accorded to some of the inscriptions seems to clearly confirm that Islam, like Judaism, Christianity before it, is now attempting to historicize metaphysical truths of faith through material archaeology. It appears that Islam has become equal to its sister religions, even in terms of fabricating anachronistic pseudo-archaeological relics. So, again, Christianity attempts to historicize its metaphysical truths, and it fabricates anachronistic pseudo-archaeological relics because it is not based in history. It's just a metaphysical truth that has no history behind it. Now, my question is, in this case, who is doing the fabricating? The very beginning of the paper, he starts out, in recent decades, all of this has become... So he is accusing archaeologists in Saudi Arabia of doing this fabrication because he's saying this is happening in recent decades, that there is fabricating anachronistic pseudo-archaeological relics. Keep this in mind. Kerr is saying that right now, in recent decades, all of this fabrication is taking place. There is no other possible understanding of this first paragraph. Then he just blathers on about how inscriptions can be hard to read. They can be hard to interpret. They can be hard to date.
Sure.
Which is sure.
Well,
but
they certainly can be hard to date if they don't have any date.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have dates written in it. In this case, it does.
Yeah.
But many cases, they can be very hard to date. But none of that's relevant.
Are you saying is written clearly? Right. There's like no question about even a single letter in this. It's really clearly written once you look at the tracing. Like even me with my really terrible Arabic could read the tracing even. Like I can't read any fancy Arabic handwriting like that. That's straight out. I'm not even going to be able to tell what the letters are. But even I could see it here. And this one is dated. So that is totally irrelevant. This entire paragraph about inscriptions can be hard to date. Irrelevant. Why are you saying it? To give an impression. We learned this from Kerr last time, right? He just gives a bunch of... He doesn't actually draw the false conclusion, but he puts in irrelevant information so that you can draw a false conclusion on your own. Pretty slimy way of operating, but we know him. We know how Kerr works. But is this first paragraph here the one that you've highlighted? So I get that he's saying that, Jews and Christians, we make up our artifacts. And then he says, in recent decades, Muslims have started to do the same thing. So is he actually talking about modern forgeries in the case of Judaism and Christianity as well? Well, he means like in the time of their discovery. So like Christianity has always been fabricating. In context, it's like Christianity's always been fabricating these things for hundreds of years. They've been fabricating. And now in recent decades, Islam is doing the same thing. So Islam has now become equal to its sister religions who have done all this fabricating over time, right?
So the irony here is, although there were some forgeries to, ultimately they were all for profit, right? They're not really to support or contradict anything. Ultimately, a forgery is always for profit. But there were a few forgeries that were like kind of supportive of Christian ideas, or Jewish ideas. But for the most part, the forgeries have been the opposite, right? Things that are more sensational, draw more attention because they contradict something. So I find that statement to be very ironic, also very irrelevant. Or it doesn't really matter what someone did in the last even 200 years. What matters is what happened at the time of Muhammad, if we're talking about Islam, or, the purported time of Muhammad, if you don't believe Muhammad existed, or the purported time of Jesus or whatever is what actually matters. Modern people making forgeries doesn't really, it affects our ability to know history, sure, but it doesn't actually affect what happened in history. It's not like you can just say, well, people are forgers today, therefore, they definitely forgers early on. It's part of the Christian DNA or something. I mean, it's just dumb.
Well, he does refer to actual particular forgeries like donation of Constantine, but it's just he's just saying that. But his overall statement here is that Christianity and Judaism is based on forgeries. That's his overall statement. Just to be clear here, that there's no historical evidence of Christianity or Judaism. It's all forgeries, and now Islam has started doing forgeries too. And again, I don't know why Sasa is so upset about that coin.
I don't know.
My argument is not everything does not pivotably rest on a single coin. Is one piece of information in many. This coin that has the dude whose father's name is Muhammad actually pushes back Muhammad with clarity to an earlier age as a regular name in Arabic than anything else. It just takes some brains to realize that. And so I don't bring it up as often because I can't count on mythicists being able to like reason. So I don't bring it up as often.
I mean, he said people need to put it to rest. I mean, he seems to only have one point, and he's been making it now for 10 minutes.
And
I mean, maybe he should take his own advice and put it to rest. I mean, he says that he checked on it and it's a mistake and that coin is from a different day. Whatever. I mean, it's one freaking coin. Out of all the stuff Mary's presented,
and you didn't.
I have no reason to doubt Mary. All right, I haven't seen any counter evidence, but she could. It's possible that she was lying on a scar that made a mistake. Whatever. Listen to the rest of the argument. Literally nothing else is about the coin.
And I have not found anyone else dating that particular coin. I have found no other people saying that this coin is from a different date. And no, you have not checked any other scholar who had talked about that coin. Nobody else has talked about it. I don't know where the coin is currently. I'm sorry. I don't know where the coin is.
I mean, if you have sources,
so go.
Instead of just asserting that you check several books and scholars, whatever you think you found, send it to Mary.
Well, what he did is he checked it and there was no reference to the coin. Therefore, it's wrong. But that's not how it works. You need a different dating of that particular coin.
Whatever. I don't want to spend the whole show on this coin. So Sasa, if you have stuff on this coin, send it to me, send it to Mary, whatever. We'll look at it. I don't want to be talking about this coin the whole time because this show isn't even about the coin. It was a small incidental side point.
Yep. This entire thing does not mention that coin with Muhammad. He's talking about a different coin. He's talking about the coin that has Muhammad Rasulullah on the back in large letters in place of the fire altars that Broom dated to Uthman.
I just want to, this is going to be my last comment on the stupid coin. All right. For today, if I made a mistake or if Mary made a mistake on the coin, I will be the first person to admit it, but I need to see evidence. You asserting something is not evidence. And I will point out again that the only reason I said that maybe you should drop it is because you came into the chat and said, we need to stop talking about these things. You are a complete and total hypocrite. You want to you obsess over this coin. Fine. I don't care if you obsess over the coin. I don't care if you drop it or not, but you should not come in here and tell us to drop talking about this historical argument, talk about people's errors because you think we made an error.
And again, you need to have someone else who has analyzed the same coin and come to a different conclusion before we can say that his conclusion in his analysis of this coin was an error. In general, it's fairly easy for them to date Uthmanic versus later coins because of the adulteration that was done right after the Rashidun period. Like right after Rashidun, adulteration. So this is not like epigraphy and all of this deep stuff. It's the form is not Kufic, which is an indication
Mary,
of
we're moving on.
But,
we're moving on. We're done with the coin. Alex says Mel is not the only one saying what he's saying. Yeah, he's not the only one. So what? 99.99% of people are saying that Muhammad existed. If you're going to say that, well, Mel is right because 2 other people in the entire world agree with him, then what are you going to do with the billions of people who agree that Muhammad was a historical figure? I mean, seriously, get a real argument. And but just so you know, Alex agrees with Sasa, even though he has no idea what the argument is. And Sasa said that Muhammad definitely existed. But because we're disputing with him, Alex automatically agrees. This is what you call a cult. All right. Let's get on to some actually relevant information now.
All right. So then he insinuates that the discoverer himself is a forger. It is unclear who, apart from the 2 aforementioned discoverers. The wife discovered it. She is the one who, like, her job is going around and photographing and then like doing the epigraphy work. And then the husband is the one who writes the papers, their team. It is unclear who, apart from the 2 aforementioned discoverers, examined this inscription in its original form. So right at the beginning, he's basically saying that Gaban, who is the guy, or Gaban, I'm not sure how to say his name, honestly. It's probably Gaban, is the guy who like forged all of this. So just really dirty stuff. So he points out correctly that there are 3 reasons that this is significant. I've edited this lightly. It appears to be the oldest dated Arabic inscription, which is true. We have earlier dated Arabic writings, but they're not inscriptions. It is said to mention the caliph Umar I, who, according to Islamic tradition, died in 2324 AH following an assassination attempt. That would be what we call a successful assassination. But the slash is because he died right at the turn of the year, by the way. It is said to make use of diacritical points to distinguish consonant signs. Not for every single consonant that could have had it, but for many of them, yes. So he then goes to throw suspicion on the fact that there are 2 Zuhayr inscriptions without giving context from the original researcher, like, maybe this one has been forged because very conveniently there is another. Even though, here's the hilarious thing, even though he himself does not believe that Zuhayr wrote this at the time of Umar's death, like, he believes this to be original. I want to make this point again. He believes that the line, the portion saying, Zuhayr wrote this at the time of Umar, or excuse me, at the time Umar died. That he believes is original. And yet he's throwing shade on the fact that there are 2 texts by a guy named Zuhayr in the same area, as if like, oh, someone saw Zuhayr and decided to forge something else. I do not understand what this would get him. Here's the actual context from Gaban. And again, I'm butchering his name. Apologies to anybody with this last name.
Sorry, just to clarify, this is the person who
discovered,
first published, in a sense, discovered.
Yep, the husband of the
inscription
discoverer.
and first published. Yep,
right, the husband of the discoverer, and he first published it. It was translated by Hoyland. So it was originally published in Arabic, translated later by Hoyland. And what he explains is that the name of the owner of the inscription, and by the way, do you know what Mel didn't do? Mel never bothered to read the original paper. He only read a translation of Kurz, did not go back to the original. Mel, with his excellent research, did not look at the main paper, much less any of the footnotes, to see
well, of course not,
what the original said.
I mean, obviously, Gaban is a part of the conspiracy to prove Muhammad existed. So he's not going to go based on his paper. He's just going to go based on his strange interpretation of Kerr's speculations about stuff. That's how it works, Mary. You never go to the source. That would be terrible. You go to the guy who is sort of kind of talking about the person who wrote, who is the source. Duh.
Yep.
And to be clear, it's theoretically possible Mel could have written it. Obviously, we don't know for read it. We don't know for sure, but he hasn't shown any indication he's read it anyway.
Yep.
I just want to make.
Well,
that clear.
no. He's shown clear indication in his stream that he absolutely did not read it. He has no idea. What he said.
I mean,
no. Like seriously, he
unless he said he didn't read it.
No, he looks at Kerr, he makes guesses about what Gaban said, and these guesses are wildly wrong. If he'd read it, he would know. He has not read this. He did not do his basic research. So.
Okay, so AJ, Alex, you are doing what's called an appeal to authority, except you're doing the most idiotic appeal to authority in the history of the world. So what is an appeal to authority? It's a logical fallacy where you say, it must be true because this authority figure says it. Now, here's why it's always a logical fallacy. It has some necessity, right? Because you can't know everything about everything. You have to appeal to experts from time to time. But here's why it's so idiotic for you to appeal to scholarship. And by the way, you just say scholarship because you don't actually know the names of anyone. You just know that Jay and or Mel has told you that scholarship is on their side. Well over 99% of all scholars in any field remotely connected to this, which doesn't include Mel for sure, it doesn't really include Jay either, would disagree with anything remotely related to Muhammad mythism, let alone the insane ideas that Jay and Mel push, which aren't even found in the scholars that they supposedly quote. They make stuff up about the scholars who are already way outside the fringe, way outside of the consensus of academia. If you want to appeal to scholarship, 99.9% of historians who have studied this subject are in a complete and total agreement that 100% for sure Muhammad was a real person and Islamic history is basically accurate. If you want to go to the fraction of 1%, they're going to say he probably was a real person, but the history is a little bit messed up. And then you can go to, but you don't want to do any of that. You want to go to whichever guy you worship, whether that's Mel or Jay, and say, well, he said all the scholars agree. Seriously, don't do this. Don't be like this. You are definitely in a cult if you're just blindly trusting whatever Mel or Jay tells you, because they're not telling you accurate information. We literally can go to the source that Jay says, and we've done this many times, supports him, and we'll find that the guy either didn't write anything on the subject Jay's claiming he wrote about, or wrote something that's almost directly contradictory to what Jay is saying. Why? Because Jay isn't actually reading any of these papers. He's relying on other people, Mel, including Mel, but also others who are anonymous, to read it and tell it for him. And then he, in his mind, takes it a step. So it's already a summary. And then he takes it and twists it to fit his little imagined idea of how all this went down.
And by the way,
he's
guys,
not a reliable source at all.
When we get to this, you will find out that Mel just throws out Kerr too and makes up his own story. I just want to point that out. Because here's the thing.
I mean, Kerr is not really a credible source, but they're not even accurately representing Kerr.
Because Kerr does this nonsense to try to deceive you by implying that this is all forged by the discoverer, and then later he'll admit that it's not. And Mel just goes with the impression that he got in his mind when things were forged. This is not assumption. Now I'm going to...
What is my assumption exactly? Why don't you go look at actual historians? Find me one actual credible historian who agrees with you.
Yep. So again, this is the peer-reviewed published paper translated by Hoyland, published by Gaban. Hoyland thought it was important enough that really needed to be translated. And he is explaining the name of the owner of this inscription, Zuhayr, is limited to the first name, which causes some surprise. and view of Zuhair's patent concern for documentation, evidenced by his dating of an inscription in 2 ways. Just in general, first names only are incredibly rare in inscriptions if you're the author of something. It's almost always additional information, biographical detail to say which dude this is. And Zuhair is an incredibly common first name. It's like Bob, right? So this is Mike this is your Mike of the 7th century. And so with a name like that, you want to really claim authorship of it, especially, and say which one you are, right? So, and he's noting that's even more surprising because he dates the inscription in 2 ways: by a famous event, the death of Umar, and by a written date, the date afterwards. It's possible that he made this inscription after the other inscription near ground level, which includes a name linked to his patroness, Ibn Sheba, but which he did not date. And I'm honestly not entirely sure why it can't be bent, but whatever. Anyway, it's the daughter Sheba. The daughter Sheba is his patroness's name, but which he did not date. The high rock face drew his attention. So it actually says, "I am Zuhair, Mawla of Ibn Sheba," is what it says here in Arabic. It's actually really easy to read comparative to other inscriptions. So, the Ana is the first 3 lines sort of thing. And then Zuhair begins with the one with the little dot there. And then it ends with the one with the C. And then Mawla starts with the one that looks like an O. And then, so as far as that's concerned, it's much easier to read than many of them. So he's saying who he is before he does anything else.
Okay. Cargo Crew says Gabon has nothing to offer. Basically, paper is worthless. This is what an academic paper on a description of a inscription, a rock inscription, looks like. This is what you're constantly asking us for.
Yep. He does the inscriptions. Gabon offers the only tracing that there is. Gabon's wife took the pictures and made the tracing, and now it's published. That's the paper. And if you do not pay attention to that, shame on you. You just have feelings, just like Mel, and you go off your feelings, and you don't care about actual information. So I want to point out that Kerr says that the portion that says, I, Zuhair, wrote this at the time the time Umar died. He says this is original. So he has no reasons to cast aspersions on the explanation that Zuhair left out his Mawla of Ibn Sheba, the rest of his description, the rest of his name, because he wrote this other thing. He has no reason to deny this. And yet he just throws shade at it for absolutely no reason. I would like you to note too, do you see these little dots here? Those are diacritical marks. They're diacritical marks on both the one up here, all of those little dots, and the lower one. They both have diacritical marks. The same author used diacritical marks consistently when he was writing for the letters that he was using them on. And no, this is not Gabon's claim of zero
what do you mean? What is that even supposed to mean?
What's the
his claim about what the inscription says? There's no corroboration for what the inscription says. There's no photos of the inscription. You can't look at it, see if he got the letters correct. I mean, what the heck is wrong with you? You just automatically go to, this is a claim without any evidence. You're the one who, you literally asked us to look at this inscription. Now we're going to the paper that describes it. And
So-
you're like, oh, it's just his claim. There's no evidence. But Noah's completely correct when he said that he forged it.
So anyway, I want to point out again, and that this, and he even like compares the two, this one and that one, to make various claims about things, right? Kerr believes that this, I am Zuhair Mawla of Ibn Shayba, is authentic, and he also believes that I, Zuhair, wrote this at the time Umar died, is also original and authentic. So why is he throwing shade at Gobbin, saying that, oh, he probably wrote the stuff that was down low and convenient, giving his full biographical details first, and that's why he left them out on this other inscription? Well, why would you throw shade at that? You are kind of relying on the same thing.
Because he has no clue. He's just automatically dismissing it because we're saying it, right? Because it's all based on his feelings. He doesn't even know what what arguments are being made or what the paper's about or anything. He says it's boring, and then he says that it's just his assertions without any proof, as if Mel saying something somehow is proof of anything.
Yep.
But we also have a Muslim in the Tawhid Islam says, how does this inscription prove Islam is wrong? Who said it does?
We're not dealing with.
Why don't you actually figure out what we're talking about before trying to respond? How about that?
And we are not going to have any toleration for Muslims and the chat who are at all off topic. If you attack Christianity, say a word against it, you're out for the rest of the stream. You can come back tomorrow. But just to be clear,
so just turn your volume on. Listen to the stream and respond to what's being said.
You have to be on.
We are not suggesting this inscription proves Islam wrong.
Anyway,
Simple.
Then Kerr goes off on some pompous garbage. And my question is, who's the audience for this? He goes and he gives some various descriptions of it. And then he goes, there is a visible gap between the word boundaries. Thus, no scriptio continua, which, however, is not to be expected with cursive fonts. And this just killed me. Because it's written in Arabic script, which is a cursive font, which always has spaces. That's like saying, it is written from right to left, which is to be expected from this font. Like, who is this written for? Why is he writing that there are spaces between words when there are always spaces between words in Arabic, which is indeed a cursive font? Like, he's just trying to show how smart he is. Listen to me. If you're a complete ignoramus who like doesn't know anything about anything, you'll be really impressed by the fact that he knows the word scriptio continua. But you know what? I'm not, and neither is anyone else. And anyone who studies epigraphy. I'm not calling myself a student of epigraphy or anything. But who is this written for? It's written for to impress the credulous layman who has never run into this term. It's just baffling that he included that sentence. So then he states, here we go, actually correctly, that there's an introductory exclamation, which is in the name of Allah, another nominal clause, which introduces the author, I, Zuhair, wrote, or I am Zuhair, it was written. Because again, like, everybody's saying that this is actually in the passive, but whatever. Then the only verbal sentence containing the linguistically somewhat odd first dating. At the time Umar died. Now, it is not a linguistically odd first dating unless you're translating it to German or English or some other modern language with modern concepts of time, not a 7th century concept of time in Arabic. So zaman can mean time, it can mean era, it can mean epoch. So it's like the time period when Umar died. It doesn't mean moment, so it's not weird. I wrote this in the era that Umar died, not at the moment. Yeah, it would be linguistically odd if you're saying, I'm writing this at the moment the king died. Like, that's weird because that's obviously untrue. It can't be true, right? But the funny thing is, he thinks that this part 3 is also original. So declaring this linguistically odd is kind of against himself. There's nothing odd about it. The final sentence, then he says the final sentence, again verbless, year 20 and 4, whereby the editor quite rightly understands this is information AH. So yeah, it is. So again,
so Nicodemus says, I missed it, was the proof another Muslim rock was tampered with. We haven't gone to that yet, so you haven't missed it.
Yep, you have missed nothing. You have missed nothing. So at this point, again, I think knowing that it means time period or epoch or something like that, or era, the age and the age of not, it doesn't have to be like a super long period of time, but in the age, the era of Umar's death makes a lot more sense and clarifies a lot of things to us. Like we always think about times as down to the minute, down to the hour, down to the day, maybe, right? But it makes a lot more sense that this guy is dating it year 20 and 4, because at the time that he is writing this, it has to be year 20 and 4, because year 24, because when did Umar actually die? He died right before year 24. He croaked, then like just a few days later, it's year 24. So if he's writing this in the age that Umar died, it's still the age that Umar died. It's still the period that Umar died. Several times later, because this is like an time period specification, not an instantaneous moment specification. That time period began at his death right at the end of the year and then continued for an indefinite amount of time afterwards. So again, this shows why it's necessarily 24 and not 23. And it being 24 doesn't confirm a couple of traditions that say that like he died like on the very next day at the beginning of the year. He's not saying that. He's not specifying the exact moment of his death. He's just talking about the era that he's in now, which is the era shortly after Umar died, which was such a momentous occasion that he's climbing up a wall and putting it really high up so that anyone who passes by can see this.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. Well, this isn't really correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to speculate here. Is this like graffiti where someone just like goes and writes their name on a rock and puts the date, and the phrase about the time Umar died is really just putting a date on there? It's not like he's trying to commemorate Umar dying. He's saying this is the time of it, and the fact that he's using it as a reference shows it's very important, but that's not necessarily the author's purpose, right? He's not trying to date the death of Umar.
He's trying to place himself here at a time of momentous occasion, right? So a lot of these inscriptions, like some of them are kind of like read to us like Kilroy was here, but because of ancient Arab belief, by writing your name on something, when people read it, it kind of kept your spirit alive in a way. And these inscriptions were very important for the memory, the dhikr, right? The dhikr of a person. And so by connecting his presence here to this momentous occasion, it is to be remembered, him being here at this momentous occasion. So people, as they come by, they will recall him in memory. So it's a connection to their pagan traditions that really continued through the Islamic period and quite a ways after. As you will see, like tombstones would often have an Islamization of this pagan idea of needing to have the name memorialized. So that's kind of what's happening here.
So what you're saying kind of is that when we go and we write our name on a tree or a rock or whatever, we're doing it because in some sense it's a significant date to us, but it's because we're visiting there. But what you're saying, it's not the place that's significant, it's the date itself, and thus he's connecting himself to that significant date for some sort of ritualistic belief. But the point being that the date is somewhat important, right? It's not just random. So
Yeah,
why he's
well-
doing this, I mean.
Well, the way he's doing it is to connect himself in memory to this momentous thing. So
Right.
when you
So,
think
like-
of him and Umar, and now it's in your mind and the memory, and also that momentous occasions are worthy of dhikr too. They're worthy of memorializing.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, I might, if I took a trip to the Grand Canyon, I wouldn't do this since it's, like, illegal, but and I wanted to commemorate writing the trip, I might write my name on the wall. But also maybe like the inauguration of the president or something, right? A very significant event. Maybe I'd write down where I was on that day. And that's what you're kind of saying here is going on
it's
here.
kind of together.
That he's writing down where he is when he learns that Umar has died or whatever.
Or he hasn't necessarily learned it this minute. It's just connecting him, while he's in this time period, he's connecting this significant era to himself. Again, it connects to the dhikr traditions of the pre-Islamic Arabic inscriptions. But this is all true here.
But regardless, the real point here is that
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of the exact reason he's writing this down, and he's not writing this down to try to provide a historical record about the death of Umar or something along those lines.
No, he's not providing a historical record about the death of Umar. He is connecting things of dhikr together. He wants to be memorialized.
He's doing it for his own benefit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's doing it for, hey, here's Zuhayr, and now remember me in the context of this. So now my memory will be linked to this. So Kerr pretends that it's weird that there's no patronymic here, but most Mawla references lack a patronymic. Like in all of the early Islamic sources and in other inscriptions, if you have a Mawla reference, if you say that they're a freedman or a bondsman, it can even sometimes be bondsman of so-and-so, it typically lacks an actual patronymic, because the important thing, and also in early Islam, what was very important, if you were not ethnically Arab, the only way you could get into the Islamic polity was by having a patron and becoming a Mawla or a client. So Mawla you can be a client, you can also be a freedman. It's various positions, but you need a patron. So that becomes your identity. That's the most important thing. So there's nothing weird about that lacking it at all. And like, it's very odd. So he also pretends it's weird that Umar lacks a patronymic too, but it's only weird if Umar isn't the caliph. If Umar's the caliph, there's nothing weird about it at all. Umar is written as Umar in tons of places without any other designation referring to the caliph. Ali is written without another designation referring to the caliph. Of course, there are extra praises in this and the other. And the
wait. Sorry, is the argument?
But
Is Kerr's argument seriously that this can't be legitimate because he didn't use his title? Because no one would ever use a famous person's name without their title. No one would ever say Trump without saying President Trump. Is that seriously the argument?
Yeah.
What the heck?
And then and then whenever Gaban talks about the incomplete basmala, which is the bismillah without the al-Rahim, al-Rahman, al-Rahim, it's without that bit. Rather than addressing that, he just gets really snotty, and rather than addressing the fact that just Bismillah alone is very common at this time. Speaking of that being common, look at this on the right-hand side. Bismillah, it's very legible. Bismillah without anything else. That things from the 7th century very often don't have the full formula. So rather than addressing that, this actually his arguments and saying that it does fit, he just gets snotty about terminology and goes, well, that portion of the basmala, it's called the tasmiyah. And then what's even funnier is that he continues to call it the basmala throughout the rest of the text himself. So after getting super snotty about the terminology, he then uses Gaben's own terminology later on. Does not engage whatsoever with what Gaben says because it's correct. He also gets snotty with his opinion that this script can't be typed. You can't tell when it is. He claims that Gaben is just this brainless Muslim who's only classifying it as Hijazi because he believes it to be early, and he just thinks that all early texts are Hijazi. But this is a total lie. Pre-Kufic and Hijazi coexisted in different regions. So there's absolutely nothing stopping Gaben from believing that this is pre-Kufic, except it doesn't look anything like pre-Kufic. Everything in the Hijaz is called Hijazi, with some exceptions, because some later stuff is Kufic, right? Because it looks like the script that's called Hijazi, which is mostly found in the Hijaz. Like, it's called Hijazi because it was found there.
It's a name of a script.
It's a name of a script. That's given
We
out.
write English in the Latin script, so what?
Well,
I mean,
no, it's a handwriting style. It's not the.
well, okay, whatever. The point being, right? Point being that he's disputing something that shouldn't be disputed because it's just the description of what it looks like. It's not.
He just thinks that you can't tell that this is
I mean,
Hijazi.
you could.
Why
what do you mean you can't tell? You can look at it. I mean,
he thinks that it doesn't have enough distinctive features and there aren't enough examples. Well, it does not look pre-Kufic, even to my eyeballs. Like, I've gotten pretty good hit rate at telling the difference between.
Oh, okay. I think I understand now. I actually didn't get what he was trying to do, but what he's trying to do is say that the forger didn't write it in the correct script. That's what he's trying to do. No,
he's not. He's saying.
Then what is his point?
No, hang on. He's saying that this script, you can't tell what it is, so you can't date it. You can't.
But it has a date
in
in the inscription.
Yeah, but he's going to throw that out. But he's going to say that you can't call this Hijazi because it doesn't look Hijazi. And my response is, yeah, it does. Well-developed late Hijazi, written in a professional style, has a really nice slant to it. A lot of less skilled Hijazi and less well-developed Hijazi really doesn't have that strong slant, and kind of has these sort of, I don't know how to describe it. They kind of look like serial pieces, almost like forms, whereas pre-Kufic is very boxy and square. That super elongated style later on is well-developed Kufic, but early Kufic is also quite boxy. Now, he claims that because it was just called Kufic on the application to UNESCO, that some other scholar has viewed this and thinks it's Kufic, but this is obviously not the case. A monkey seems to have made the UNESCO submission, because again, this is what Gaben made. This is Gaben's opinion. He was the only person at the time that this was submitted who had published an opinion, and the UNESCO form has massive numbers of mistakes. Not just this, just ridiculous numbers of mistakes. It's just, it doesn't even transcribe the words correctly. Okay, that's how bad it is. So it was done by somebody's secretary who's just writing stuff and is completely incoherent. No, it looks like Hijazi because it looks like early Hijazi. Kerr then goes on to attack the diacritical marks. He claims that Gaben relied on late Islamic tradition over the Quran to claim that diacritical marks existed at this time. This is totally untrue. It's completely untrue. Gaben actually cited other surviving early texts as proof. There are physical manuscripts that are early that have diacritical marks. And that is the evidence that Gaben made that these diacritical marks are early. So Sasa, if you are still here, this is why I stopped replying to you when you said that, well, diacritical marks, there's no evidence that they're that early, because I wasn't going
Well,
to
first of all,
bother to
I
engage with
mean,
someone who isn't doing research.
I mean, first of all, the inscription itself would be evidence because it has a date,
Yeah.
right? You have to have good reason to throw out the date. You can't just say, well, we don't know when it was written, and it has diacritical marks.
Oh, it gets better. It gets
Now,
better.
I mean, well, you could maybe dispute, I'm looking at the image. You could maybe try to dispute that the things interpreted as diacritical marks actually are. Now, to me, they look like they
No, he
probably
doesn't.
are.
He
But
doesn't dispute that. But
I mean, that's something you could
yeah.
actually dispute, right? You could actually do that.
I will get to your argument. You're going to just hit your head against the wall whenever you get your argument as to why you can throw out the date. But this is a dated papyrus. And it's double dated in both Greek and Arabic. It's written in Greek and Arabic. And Greek, it says on the 30th month of, oh my goodness, it's an Egyptian month of the first indiction. And then it says in the month of Jumada in the first year, Jumada the first, the day, the first day of the month, in the year 22. So now we have a very early bilingual text that lines up AH dates with the dates of that were in use in the Ptolemaic calendar, and that was in use in Cairo at the time, and in Alexandria and stuff. Okay. The Greek part was written by a Christian deacon, and then a dude named Ibn Hadid, like, these are not important people, but a dude named Ibn Hadid signed the Arabic. It's receipt for Muslim theft, basically. Muslims stole some stuff from some Christians, and the Christians got a receipt that it counts toward their jizya. So in this, diacritical
Smart.
dots on certain letters are highly visible, and I just took a very small portion of it where you can see at least 2 dots in this very clearly toward the left and then on the right, just so that you guys don't go, but I can't see any dots. You guys can look up the whole thing yourself, look at the whole thing yourself, look at where the diacritical marks are, and you can see them as well. Is it a full diacritical system? No, but it shows that they exist this early. We get another receipt from the year 22, and on this one, you can also see a few little, like, it's hilarious that what survived of this was dating it to the year 22. And it's going to be another receipt of basically Islamic theft, count toward your jizya, because there are a whole
And
bunch
here,
of
yeah, you can definitely see some very clear diacritical marks on this.
It is pretty hilarious that what survived was indeed like the year 22. They were writing out these receipts left and right at that time. So his whole list of sources with consonantal diacritics are here. So these are all of his early inscriptions. So he only knows one of these.
Wait. So just to be clear,
Mhm.
this is in Gavin's paper. It wouldn't
Yes.
have to be, right? Because
Correct.
I mean, he wouldn't necessarily, it could just be known knowledge that he's relying on his readers already knowing, but he
Right.
literally puts it in the paper, other early sources with diacritical marks. And then Kirk says, Gavin is such an idiot.
Yeah.
He says that this has diacritical marks and it's so early, but we know that there were nothing that early with diacritical marks.
Yeah, he's
Correct?
just like, he just claims that he's going on late Islamic traditions over the Quran. But no, he's arguing based on dated sources that have been dated, that are before diacritical marks became commonly included in Islamic in the production of the Quran, came later on. So they aren't common. Even dated things aren't terribly common, but among the things that are dated, diacritical marks are also not common. But look at what we have. We have the big papyrus is this one. And then he doesn't know about the other one. That's fine. This inscription. And then another one, it goes 22, 2 and 22, this one in 24, one in 46, another in 58, another damn inscription in Medina. It has to be from the reign of Muawiyah, but it's not dated a specific year. And then there's one 264, and then the Dome of the Rock has them too. And there's an inscribed milestone that has them. And at the time of Abdul Malik, there's a coin. Words escape me today. There's a coin in 82, another inscription,
Hoping
83.
tons
So these
of
are
stuff.
all earliest ones. These are all lots of things that are, and these are all before this was introduced into the Quran by consensus scholarship right now, although there's some revision that there are some people who are like, wait a second, this particular Quran we dated later because it had these marks, but now we think it's probably a little bit earlier than that. But that said, all of these things are from before, when the consensus says that these diacritical marks are introduced into Quranic manuscripts. And so Van Putten has a long article called The Development of Hijazi Orthography, where he says that he believes that some consonantal marks are likely pre-Islamic, but the system was neither standardized nor in common use, because it seems to him that the way it's distributed, the way there are certain normative markings when it is used, he has all this evidence for it, that he thinks that it's a pre-Islamic thing. It wasn't standardized and it wasn't in common use until the Islamic era. So,
and that makes perfect sense to me, right? That these things evolve organically. You see the exact same pattern. Well, I shouldn't say exact same. You see a similar pattern in the evolution of Hebrew. You see early systems for marking vowels, which are inconsistent, and then you eventually have a well-developed system for marking vowels. Now, the Arabic diacritical marks are more important than the Hebrew vowel markers. It's very hard to read anything without them. And thus, I am not surprised that there would be attempts to disambiguate words even before there is a well-recognized, universally used system for doing so.
And by the way, the reason why Kerr absolutely hates this is that Kerr wants to believe that there's such ambiguity, that people are so thrown around that they could massively change the meaning of the text, a la the Christoph Luxemburg. Okay, that's what he wants. Even though he realizes that Luxemburg's actual statements are bogus, he says, you know, there's an idea in here that could be true. So he really wants these not to exist, because if they had existed and people were super confused, they would have used it to clarify. They wouldn't be writing without it if they were super massively confused. The reason why they weren't writing with it just wasn't that confusing. So Mel is like massively confused himself. He takes the dating. He has this in his presentation. Here is a Quran that's dated from 150 that shows some portion of it without vowels and dots. And he takes the dating of this as accurate. He doesn't even know what the manuscript is, but he's like, yes, this manuscript is from 150 AH. Precisely. He just takes that date. He doesn't even say circa. He doesn't even say about. He doesn't say approximately. No, he just takes it because he wants to believe it. And this is Mel. He cranks up his skepticism to impossible levels when it's something he doesn't like, then cranks it down again when it's something that he wants to believe. And then this is a direct quote from him. We have examples of Quranic Arabic that exists without vowels and dots. And here is one I found just by like typing in diacritical marks Quran, rather than actually finding one that is better dated or whatever. He just went to the first thing on Wiki Islam, right? There is no diacritical mark. That's quite strange if we have a supposed inscription with various diacritical points suggested. So he has a feeling that it's weird that there are some writings after a point and that diacritical marks have been introduced that don't have it. He just says, oh, it's strange. That clashes with this evidence. This is contrary evidence. You'd imagine if there are diacritical marks in the year 24 AH, they'd show up. By the way, this is dated to 150 AH. When do they start showing up in Quranic manuscripts? Around 90 AH. So this one, by Mel's own logic, shouldn't exist because it is generally accepted that in 90 AH, you would have a manuscript that would have diacritical marks for the consonants. So why then is there one from 60 years later that lacks them? Maybe because they didn't just instantly start using them in every inscription and every copy of the Quran when it started to be used by some people. Maybe? You'd imagine if there were diacritical marks in the year 24 AH, they'd show up here. Well, you'd imagine, Mel would imagine, because this is how Mel's mind works, that if diacritical marks existed in the year 90 AH, they would show up in something written 150 AH. No, Mel, it's not how history works. People don't magically all transfer to a new technology instantly. You'd imagine if cars existed in 1910, that you would never find a wagon again. Like, seriously. So yeah, Mel would indeed imagine this, despite the fact that diacritical marks are well documented in Quranic manuscripts from the last portions of the 1st century AH. So again, he's not able to deal with information in a rational manner. So if you just went to Wiki Islam, the same page that he got this picture from, you begin at the beginning, you read the words and you understand them with your brain. The earliest manuscripts of the Quran made very limited use of diacritical marks. What? They don't exist? They don't exist at all, according to Mel. Anyway, which is true also of other early
limited, huh?
Of the
I thought they had 0.
7th century. Yeah. Dots are small dashes to distinguish homographic consonants were used only sporadically at first, and markings for short vowels began to be seen in the late 7th, early 8th century CE, when colored dots are introduced for that purpose, indicating a wide variety of reading traditions. So even in his own source, it's saying that they are introduced in the late 7th, early 8th century, and this is 150, which is 770. This is 770. And this is saying that they were introduced in the late 7th, early 8th century. And Mel can't understand that his argument that if it is in existence, it should be in every manuscript is nonsense.
Oh, not this again. It's everyone or it doesn't count.
Yeah. I mean, just like so. And people are listening to this man and thinking he's making good arguments. He can't process information in a coherent fashion. It's shameful. So Kerr actually makes some good points. The rare use of diacritical marks for consonants by AD 423 doesn't mean that they existed in 634 when the Quran was first collected, or that they were known by any of Muhammad's companions. That is a good point by Kerr. I'm kind of summarizing from his major points. Van Putten thinks that they probably did exist. But I think that the important thing is there's no reason to think that they were known by any of Muhammad's companions or any of the people who were pulling together the Quran the first time, right? Gaben supposing that the Quran was stripped of diacritical marks, which he does in here. He speculates that, oh, well, if they existed, then they were, again, I think that Gaben has some funny views because he is Muslim. He thinks that they were stripped of diacritical marks so that people could read it in whatever language or whatever
Dialect
they wished. That is total nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. All the sources say that it was written in Hijazi. All the evidence says it was written in Hijazi, that that's the only dialect it was revealed in. It was the dialect of the Quraysh. That's the only way it was supposed to be read. There's absolutely no way that it was stripped. There's no reason to think that they ever had any intention putting them in. Now, Gaben proposes that this whole folk legend, reciting every dialect theory, which is extra silly because these are all consonantal diacritical marks in this case. Vowel marks didn't exist when this was made. There are the very earliest marks here. They're all consonantal. There are no vowel marks early on. So
correct. So the early, that's why I didn't say it explicitly, but that's what I meant when I said it's much more important in Arabic than in Hebrew to have the markers. Right. And it's because it also distinguishes consonants from one another in some cases, not in all cases, right? Some are unambiguous, but some consonants are ambiguous without the diacritical marks. And thus, it becomes harder. It doesn't become impossible, right? If you're actually a native speaker and you're actually very good at Arabic, it's not impossible to read it without the diacritical marks. It's just more difficult. And thus, it's beneficial to put them there.
Right. It's harder to read. It's harder to understand. And this makes it easier. And his whole, well, he stripped it out so you could say it in any dialect. Well, that would pretty much only apply to the vowels because the dialectical differences are rhythmic when they're consonantal most of the time. So no. Vowel marks didn't exist. So what would there be to strip? That's just nonsense. So Kerr makes a point that Gaben makes some absolutely terrible arguments there, but it's really a very small portion of his overall case. Then he gets snotty.
I mean, right. Wait, hold on. So, I mean, he makes some bad points, right? He makes, or at least one. He makes one stupid argument. Does that mean that everything he says is a complete fraud and he's paid off by the Islamic government to make up this inscription? No, of course not. But people in the chat, certain people in the chat are going to hear that, right? They're going to hear, oh, he made a bad argument. This paper is trash. We can't trust it. He must be paid off by the government. And to that person, I asked them to prove they're not being paid off by, say, Jay Smith to be in here and troll us. And he has made no attempt to do so. And I'm not going to accept any comment from him. I'm going to delete every comment from him until he proves that he's not paid off or admits that this is a ridiculous methodology to expect everyone to prove they're not paid off in order to consider their arguments. You can't be a hypocrite. Okay. You can't make an argument and then not apply it to yourself. So until you prove you're not being paid off to annoy us, I'm not taking any of your comments seriously, and I'm deleting every single thing you write until you either admit that that's a garbage or you prove it. Let me take a couple super chats while we're paused. They've built up over time. First one from Pants Schmantz. And looks like I need to still fix that.
Woo, it's dead.
I know. A world in which Muhammad never existed. I was tempted to believe their side previously, but I'm glad you're showing this evidence. Guess we're stuck with Muhammad. Yeah, we're stuck with the very false prophet Muhammad. Truth is important, right? Just because it undermines Islam doesn't mean that we should support it. We should only support something if it is true.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And again, you can make lots of arguments. And there are less ridiculous, we can't trust the sources arguments that you can make. I'm fine with you making. Don't make things that are just ridiculous. That's all I ask. Don't do this nonsense. All the diacritical marks should appear in every manuscript when it exists. No, don't make arguments like that. Those are shameful. They're ignorant. It makes Christians look foolish. Should not make these arguments, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for your support there. And after we're done today, I'll make sure to get the bot fixed so it'll be working for next time. I didn't have I intended to test the super chats ahead of time. I forgot until like a half hour before we started. I didn't have time to do it. I was like, I think this fix will work, but no.
Didn't work.
But at least the bot is back in general. And everything else is working.
And so one of our critics has actually said, great show. So I'm glad. I hope that you're understanding our frustration, because we are actually dealing with the writings and how people are taking them and the arguments that are being made. We're not just throwing shade. So.
And Songs of Relief says, what's up, guys? I just finished forging some evidence to historize my religion, as is our tradition. Hail Ezra. Yeah, indeed. Right. I mean, forget everything else, right? Forget the validity of the arguments and whatnot. It does say something that Mel and Jay are constantly appealing to these people who are very hostile towards Christianity, and right in the very papers that they're appealing to, that Christians are constantly have a long history of faking evidence, and Islam is just now starting to catch up. In other words, Islam has been faking its evidence much less than we as Christians have been faking ours, and they don't see any problem with saying, oh, look, he says they faked their evidence. Just wanted to point that out. Just, that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason why, not the main reason, right? The main reason why we're against this is because it's simply false. But part of the reason that we're also don't like what they're doing, in addition to it being blatantly false and embarrassing for the church because it's a terrible argument, is they're appealing to atheistic sources, and not just atheistic, anti-Christian sources.
Yep.
And saying these are very credible people, you should believe them.
And I'm not saying that Kirk can't make good points.
No, of course. I mean, he could be
anti-Christian
and still make
right?
true claims, right?
But to go like, just anything he produces
to glaze
is great,
him. Yeah, to glaze him up and say,
yeah.
oh, he's so smart. He knows 20 languages. He's never wrong about anything. No, don't do that. I mean, don't do that in general, but especially don't do that for a hostile anti-Christian source.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
All right. Thank you for that donation, Songs of Relief.
All right. So Kerr then just gets snotty again. Upon a closer examination, the experienced epigraphic eye will find sufficient immediate suspicions about this inscription. We will now list some of them. So Kerr has the experienced epigraphic eye, and everybody else doesn't. He's the only one who has the excellent eye to tell that this has clearly got forgeries in it. By the way, I want everyone to look at this now. If you can, he says the heathen get scared when they hear the sound of Mary typing. That's funny. So I want you to look at this. Is any portion of the lighter parts where it's been carved, is any portion of this extra bright compared to others? Extra fresh looking, brighter?
I know the image is not super large. If people want me to put a larger image up, I can, but no, all of the text is of the same level of brightness.
Okay. So I want to point out to everyone that when you carve into it, new parts will be the brightest. Then they slowly get the patina of kind of lichen and gunk on it. That's why you can carve into it just a little bit. You're actually finding a bit that's covered in patina, and then you're carving into the rock. So it's recessed, but most of the contrast comes from the difference in patina, right? And so that's what you're doing. And over the centuries, like this patina is thousands of years old. And over the centuries, the patina starts building up again. And so they all look the same, more or less, because they were all written in the same period, give or take a few hundred years, let's say. A few hundred years. I'm not saying they were all written in the same moment. They aren't. Like the one at the bottom actually looks very Kufic. Very cool. And by the way, so that you can see, do you see these 3 lines kind of at the bottom and this little patch here? And it's now behind Houston Euler.
Yeah. Well, Houston made a good point, but I'll remove it.
But if you see here, do you see how elongated and stretched out everything looks compared to the other stuff, which is kind of more bubbly? So you see this top part, and it looks more bubbly. This bottom part looks more elongated. That bottom part is showing more influence from Kufic, which is kind of blockier and elongated, versus the more bubbly early Hijazi writing. And then the really long, slanty Hijazi stuff comes later, comes in well-developed Hijazi writing. But you can
to
see
be
a difference.
Perfectly honest, Mary, I definitely can't tell the difference in your tiny little slide. Maybe if it was full size, but the audience, it's not hard to find. Just look up Zuhayr Inscription. You can find a full size picture. You can look it on your own screen. And I just want to be clear. There's actually 3 inscriptions here. So there's the one that's the important one. It goes all the way from one side to the other and is 2 or 3 lines long. There's something that's definitely supposed to be an inscription, but is really messed up, is illegible over there on the right-hand side. And then what Mary's talking about is the bottom left, which is a second inscription, says something completely unrelated to the important inscription written by another hand.
Yeah, there's also something way up there in the far right corner that isn't even well photographed that I think is an inscription. I can't really tell. It might just be weathering because it's too fragmentary and too blurry. But he then says, oh, well, no one's as smart as me. I have the experience, epigraphic eye to know this. And then he just starts casting wild aspersions again. It is striking that both the Arabic and English versions of the text lack good portrait format color images. And he's talking about in Gobbin's original paper.
What?
And my question is it though? The photos were taken from the ground, first of all. Then they climbed the ladder to trace them. And then these photos were published in a real journal, which has a black and white interior. In fact, Kerr's little fake journal that he publishes also had a black and white interior. So all of his photos are also in black and white after going, it's striking that this paper doesn't have color images, even though you would have no expectations that any paper published in any journal of this type would ever have a color image. So he's just like they're trying to pull something on us. Then he says, one is thus essentially reliant on the accompanying drawing, which of course is itself a written interpretation and not a faithful reproduction. And no, it's a tracing. Tracings are literally the historical gold standard because reproduction of photographs historically was poor in early thing. I mean, they had to do engravings early on in the early history of things. So tracings were the gold standard. It allows you to clarify things that you can't see as well in photographs. It allows you to really see shapes that would be lost in photographs where you're not actually there and able to manipulate the light. The gold standard is the tracing. And I know Kerr knows this, so I don't know why he's saying this. So he's just whining about the photos. And then he says, the care taken in publishing, therefore, does not reflect the significance of the inscription. And this is just embarrassing for Kerr. I mean, seriously.
Wow. That's pathetic.
It is absolutely pathetic.
That is pathetic. To say that they didn't do a good job documenting the inscription as some way to throw it under the bus, right? So I suspect he's not going to actually argue that there was direct fraud, right? He's not going to argue.
It's going to be hilarious. You're going to like this. It's going because he's arguing.
He's going to say that the inscription is fraudulent, but I don't think. I'm guessing he's not going to say that the researcher that documented it is the forger. I
But he's
think.
been implying it from the beginning.
But he's implying it. Yes, that's exactly my point. He's implying it by saying, well, you know, it was so haphazard and they did it in black and white because they're trying to cover something up and blah, 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 blah. Without actually saying he's the forger, he's implying he's the forger.
Yeah. And so I'm bringing back to the underline so that you can see the bit underneath. Because the part that's underlined shows up the same in every single photo. The other two inscriptions, or every single reproduction, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
The other two inscriptions are not shown the same in other versions of the photo. They undergo changes. And Kerr wants to make a big point about this. So he says, very strange is the fact that at least 2 images of the text are in circulation. Those in the publication, which would be this one, his publication, and a second one, which can be found, among other places, on the Islamic Awareness website. Now,
so I wondered how Mel determined it was on the Islamic Awareness website because I went back.
Kerr found it originally.
Well, no, Kerr claimed it. He claimed it because I don't know when his paper was written. If his paper was written in 2006, that would be how Mel got it. But they have a normal looking photo today. And I went to the Internet Archive, and the first version of their website that was captured was 2018. And they had a normal looking version in 2018 as well.
Yep. So both of these are normal. So now everybody, we're going to talk about the big thing that Mel thinks is a smoking gun here. And Mel makes a huge point
cargo
of it.
crew.
Puts it on things. And cargo crew. Big smoking gun. Even Sasa. Big smoke. Sasa thought the diacritical marks were a big smoking gun, and they aren't. Like, there are all these things that have early diacritical marks. So why are you pestering me about diacritical marks? You could have found this if you spent 5 seconds Googling it. You could find this for yourself too. So why are you pestering me about it? So again, what actually happened? Somebody edited out this lower left inscription, which is not related. It's a later different inscription. It was probably to avoid confusion because the submission to UNESCO was only about the bits that are underlined. That was the entirety of the submission to UNESCO. They wanted to make this a World Heritage Site based only on this one inscription. And so somebody got the bright idea that they were just going to Photoshop out the other legible bit, I guess, to keep from confusing people. That's not what you do, but I think a monkey actually did the UNESCO thing. So
to be clear, right?
Yeah.
The original photo, according to everyone, including according
to Mel.
Well, okay, including according to Kerr, though, is in fact
you'll find out because Kerr is going to spend all of his time like casting aspersions on the authenticity, and then will present the evidence of a person with Photoshop experience that he consulted, like his professional consultant who said that, yeah, it's Photoshopped. So Kerr is going to basically spend all his time going, there's been changes made to it. The original one, it didn't have this lower inscription. Then I consulted somebody who knew about Photoshop, and he said that this lower part was Photoshopped out. And the other one. So that's what happened. This is what actually happens. Mel, of course, because Mel can't actually read critically, he thinks that the 3 lines are absolutely forgeries and that it's nonsense to say that they are not forgeries and not original. I will show the pictures. And the play is not all wrong. This is a correct
he said the play.
Wait
Hold on. I don't know what you understood from Mel, right? But if you mean that the 2 photos aren't taken at the same exact angle, that's true. But that there's not a right angle to take a photo at, a correct angle to take a photo at. They're at 2 different angles, very slightly different angles.
Yeah, and I'm about
but
to
that part that is missing is irrelevant. There's no reason a forger would add that.
Yes, no. I'm going to ask, like, it's completely irrelevant. I'm going to ask Thaddeus in a moment to present his findings because I just gave
Yep.
him, I found a high quality version of the one without it, and I asked him to analyze it and see whether or not he could see that changes were made. So
it's funny that cursed paper actually says it's Photoshop.
Oh yeah, here's the study sheet. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we'll see my own personal conclusions without any knowledge of what someone else said about it.
Yep. So Mel has no idea what these 3 lines have to do with anything. He thinks a new inscription was added in 2008, and when the Hoyland translation of the Gaban Arabic paper was published. So he thinks that up until 2006 it didn't have this, and then in 2008 when the Hoyland translation of the Gaban Arabic paper was published, that's when, in that intervening time, this was added. This is what Mel thinks.
Let's say, hold on, before we get to the actual reason why this is not added later and not a fraud. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that someone either altered the image or went and actually carved something new into the rock between 2006 and 2008. Would that have any bearing on the credibility of the inscription that we care about?
No, because the actual contents of this is, I'm Ibn Hakam, Ibn al-Walid, and I ask Allah for paradise, is the additional part. And it's also in a Kufic script, which is a later script. So it is in a later script.
So it has absolutely nothing to do with the claims about what is called the Zuhayr inscription, right?
Correct.
This text. So if someone added this text, it would be for some other purpose than to forge the inscription that Mel claims is forged.
Correct. And it's a ridiculous one to forge. I am Ibn Hakam, Ibn al-Walid, and I ask Allah for paradise. Like, this is not a recognizable person like, it's this al-Walid, right? Totally this Hakam. Like, it's not a super significant person. There's nothing in there for anyone to forge it. It's meaningless. And
you'll notice no one talks about it because it's just a pointless graffiti inscription.
Yeah, like it doesn't really have it doesn't add anything to anything. Like, okay, nice, it's another example of epigraphy and we have another documentation of a certain style. Great. But because he wants to go, oh, hinky things are afoot. This was forged. Well, no. So here's Kerr's misrepresentation. One might suspect, as Gaban originally did, that the 3 additional inscriptions were added later, that the 3 lines. So Gaban identified these as later because they're not in a super early script. He's saying that because they look very Kufic from decades to a couple of centuries later, he is not saying that it was made in the 20th or 21st century. He's not saying it's made long after. He was saying it was made in a short time after the inscription. When the dude got there, the original rock face was blank. This has the earliest.
I mean, that would also just make sense. Just
handwriting.
Forgetting the contents of them, just looking at how they are oriented on the rock.
Yeah,
it would make the most sense for that one to be the first one written.
Yeah,
and then other people wrote their own inscriptions for their own purposes later. It wouldn't actually make that much sense that these small little compact ones were the ones that were written first. And then with those already there, someone decided to make something very long, squeezing it into the empty space above. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
It really doesn't. So
it's a correct conclusion that these are later, but to say later doesn't mean 20th century or 21st century fraud. It just means later.
Implying that he's meaning it's centuries and centuries later when there was no such thing implied. After smearing them for no reason, Kerr admits that he asked someone with experience with image manipulation to analyze it, and that person came back and said that the missing text was an altered area. So, you have the photo. Of the photo. And I sent you the one with the missing text. And if you can bring that up in a second, we'll go through Mel's genius take first, and then I'll let you present all the data about the image manipulation.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Great. So you want me to share it now or?
Just in a second. So if Mel says if they were there when Gaban was there, he would have published what was in this what was in this inscription. Like Mel's like, oh, these lines weren't there because Gaban didn't provide a transcription of them and an interpretation of them. If they were there, there'd be no reason for him not to. Therefore, they weren't there when he was there. Gaban said that they were there. He talked about them.
Oh my gosh, the photo's in the paper. Why would he publish a photo that of something that didn't exist?
I know. Like this is Mel's level of intellect here. He also scoffs at the conclusion of Kerr's own expert. He sneers. Now, there have been attempts to explain this away by suggesting that the image on the left must have been photoshopped, if you can believe that one, which Mel can't because he doesn't have a working brain. This is just pure nonsense. So he calls it pure nonsense.
Why is it pure nonsense?
That Kerr's own photographic expert
Kerr's on his side, right? I mean,
like he's the best one Kerr could get. Kerr's shopping around for anyone. And I want to point out that Mel also doesn't even know that Umar's full name is Umar ibn Khattab. His translation software changes the name to the name Khattab to it's actually Khayyab, and he just reads Khayyab. He doesn't even know the names of the caliphs that he's doing all this research on. Guys, why are you listening to this man? He didn't go back to the page. He didn't automatically know, oh, the little dots underneath the T, that didn't get read right by the software, so it changed it to this weird Y shape. But I know that's Khattab. No, he doesn't know that it's Khattab. He doesn't know basic facts about Islamic history. Why are you listening to this man? So now if you will present the evidence with the photo that it was altered.
The request was side by side. That's not exactly the way I presented it. So
oh, that's fine.
So this is the image that's in black and white in the paper, right? This is literally the exact same image here. And here is the one that Mel thinks is super important. As you can see, the angle is slightly differently. I lined them up as close as I could, but they are different photos. They are taken at a different time. They're not exact one-to-one match, but you can see it's clearly the same thing. And then I also have this one here, a third photo taken by someone else in color. You know, I mean, this is technically in color, but you know, because of the settings on the camera and whatnot, it doesn't capture the reddish color. Anyway, the point just being, this one is very low resolution, not very useful, but the point being to show that photos in red do exist, right? All right, so we're going to concentrate on these two. So this is 100% zoom right now. We're going to start there. I want to point out, so here's the disputed area, right? And you can't see my mouse, so I will do this a different way. Give me one second. All right. And switch to a square. So right here is the disputed area, right? So this is where the inscription should be, but isn't in this photo. As you can see, available there, not available here. So notice some features of the rock, not of the inscription, just of the rock. So there's this hole here. Sorry. There's a hole right here. There's a hole right here. see this feature of the rock underneath where it's, it's eroding away. It's a softer rock. It's eroding away a little bit right below the line, which is sedimentary line. Anyway, this is just for reference. And then there's like a little hole here and a little hole here and a little hole here and a little hole here. Now let's go back to the other version. So there is a hole here and there's a hole here. And so there should be holes here, here, and here approximately. All right. So there is one there. It's actually, again, it's not exactly lined up. So the red was covering it up, but there is one there. All right, let's do this one. And over here, it's not lined up, but there is definitely a hole there as well. And here, yep, there's a hole in the rock. Now let's look at this one. Oh, wait a second. So this one that's directly above, right? Directly above the erosion, kind of where the erosion ends, there's no hole in the original photo. So let's go back over to here. That is definitely a hole. It's directly above, so the reference is very clear where it should be. It should be right here. There's no hole in the rock. So apparently, in addition to adding this inscription, they decided to fill this hole in the physical rock. Okay. So we're suspicious. We're suspicious, right? Now let's look at this photo at higher resolution. We're going to go into 500% here. I'm not sure what you'll be able to see on the stream and what you won't be able to see, or what will be clear and what won't be clear. But here's the suspicious hole. If we look, we're at very high resolution now. We can see the exact shape of this hole. All right. And it seems to exactly match the shape of this hole. That's a bit odd. Now, this one, it has like this white rock or lighter rock underneath it, just kind of sort of defect in the rock where something bumped into it or whatever. If you look very closely, there's a tiny bit of white right underneath this one, but then the rest of the white isn't there. The fact that this is the same exact shape should give you suspicion that something is going on here. Let's look at some more of the rock. Right here, we got two little marks. They seem to be exactly pixel for pixel identical. They're little white dots here, white dots here and here. Shape is exactly the same. Now let's move over to here. Now here it gets.
By the way, listen to this again. These are Mel's words. His analysis after being told by Kerr's expert that this is altered. He says there have been attempts to explain this away by suggesting that the image on the left must have been photoshopped. If you can believe that one, this is just pure nonsense. Mel could not be more confident of anything.
Here it gets especially interesting. So these are small little areas, right? And significant, but fairly small. Now here we have quite a large area. I'm going to go ahead and circle it, and then I'm going to turn it off. But just so you know what I'm talking about, right here, and it's enormous because we're zoomed in at 500%. Right here and right here. These are the two. And there's a third one above that's also partially the same, but not entirely. All right. So what we have here, we have this little indentation in the rock, right? Let me think of a way to do this. Pencil one. Okay, yeah. And okay, cool. Should be able to,
it kind of looks like Australia. the west coast of Australia, if you guys can see that line for the side of the indent.
Yeah, so let me try this. Do it a different way.
Yeah, there are three that are the kind of deep indent that are cloned, and then there's the whole side of it that's also cloned that he's talking about now.
Okay, so you'll just have to try to see my mouse. I for some reason the pencil doesn't want to work for me here. It's like saying could not use pencil because target layer is hidden, but I'm not on. Oh, there I go. Now see, I am on the right layer. It's not hidden. Oh, okay, there. Okay, that's why. Because it was a shape layer. All right. Anyway, so right here, right? Yeah, right here. And right here. So we're just see how the shape, and if you're again, I don't know how much you can actually tell, but
The one above looks the same.
pixel
on
by
the
pixel.
computer.
Yeah, this one's the same as well, but it's not next to it, so I'm not going to highlight that.
Oh
I'm
no,
just
the
gonna
one
do these
above
two.
it. If you go straight up.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I have a reason. So Mary's correct. This is also identical, right? This guy here is also identical, but it's not. It's only that circle. Whereas these have additional features that are identical. So there's like a little diamond here next to it, and that same little diamond is down here next to this.
That's part of
And
the
then
west
there's
coast of
like
Australia.
a white line in between the two, like goes like this. And then that same white line is down here that goes like this. Now, we could say that maybe there's two very similar holes or something in the rock, maybe. But two diamond hook-shaped line circle patterns, that's not a real rock, right? So, and the fact that we have the same idea over here, I already pointed this out once, but I'm going to point it out again, where we got the same image, you know, at a similar line too, right? Similar height. So what happened? What really happened here? Well, someone, they took this in and just, sorry, one more thing that's super, super obvious, even at 100%, but I want to point out as well here. So you got two of these like almost L-shaped circle things with a little hole in the middle of them, which if you look at the other version of the image, and it won't be exactly matched up here, but close to it, and it's actually not apparent at 500% because it's not as the image is not low resolution, but it's not in perfect focus. Anyway, you actually see that that's the start of the inscription. That little L thing is the start of the inscription, and there's only one hole in the rock there. All right, so back to 500. Then the rest of the inscription's gone. And then there's other little things that are more subtle than the ones I pointed out, but like here's the two little lines and whatnot. So what happened here? So let's get to 100% and I'll demonstrate exactly what happened. Someone wanted to cover up this rock, and it was or this portion of the rock, because it wasn't relevant to what they're talking about and they didn't want to confuse people or whatever. I don't think it was for fraud, but regardless of what their reasoning for doing it was, they wanted to cover this up. And as a result, if I can find it, they used the clone tool.
Clone.
It's called a clone stamp tool or just clone tool. And it's not in my tool set.
Somewhere.
What it does is you pick a portion of the image that you want to copy. You push a button to copy, and then you paint in where you want it, and you move the mouse back and forth, and it paints in the surrounding pixels from where you did your little copy from. It wasn't in this tool set, so let me switch to, let's try the photography paints, that tool set. And I've used it before in Photoshop. I used to use, it's not really necessary anymore these days because of the generative. Oh, it's this one. It's this guy. Okay, see, clone stamp tool. You probably can't read it, but trust me, this is clone stamp. All right, so I pick an area, and I'm going to pick something that's obvious. So I'll pick this little hole in the rock. Actually, I'll pick this big hole, right? Because I'm just trying to demonstrate that what it does. And then I want to paint it in over here. And it would help if I was on
The right
no,
layer.
that layer's just, yeah, why is that not? That layer should be visible.
Oh wait, you're that. Except you're on a layer that doesn't have anything because you're on the layer of the marks. You're not on the layer of the.
Oh yes, you're right.
There you go.
I have to be on the layer I want to clone
Correct.
it.
There you go.
Then I can paint it on a different layer, but I have to be on that layer when I do the clone. Thank you, Mary, for figuring out my problem. See, so now I just painted in that mark. And if I continue going over, oh, look, I just painted in this little circle. And if I keep going way over, I'll paint in these circles here. And that's what someone did, right?
Yep.
And this was the way to edit something. This was the primary way to edit something out of an image that you didn't want back in the day. And I used to do this all the time with my like photos or something. Like say there's a person in the photo or there's a piece of trash. Person's not a great example because they're usually pretty big, but a piece of trash in the grass, you know, like that piece of trash is ruining my perfect photo. You just take a stamp from the grass and you paint it in. And because the tool is nicely designed, it's like doing it with, you know, where it automatically fuses the two together, where it's not painting it in at 100%, except at the center, you know, the center is 100, and then it's like 90, 80, whatever. So that it looks very natural. So it doesn't look like you just copied and paste something. Like if I just copy and paste here, and this time I'll be on the correct layer, it won't look right. But you saw when I did it with the clone stamp, it looked right because of the way the tool works, right? The tool's intelligent. So it's not exactly the same as just like copying and pasting, right? So if I put this somewhere else, you could, and I click off of it so that you can actually see, you can see that there's mark, right? You can see that the coloration isn't right. It's obvious that something was copied and pasted here, but where I clone stamped in, right? This right here, it looks natural. And that's exactly what someone did with this image.
Yep.
Why? Because they didn't want that inscription to distract. I think. I don't think it was fraud, but regardless.
Yeah, the person who made the application to UNESCO was like a secretarial monkey, somebody who got the position because of connections, had no idea what they were doing, what they really cared about, because they don't even understand what a World Heritage Site is, that the entire site is important, not this one little bit that he really likes. Like it's a whole site or it's nothing. Like just does not grasp the concept of an UNESCO World Heritage Site being all of these inscriptions. He just wanted that one inscription to be focused on. So he like altered stuff around it. And like, honestly, if those type of people are in charge that do nonsense like add a frame around it and paints the rocks around it too, so that you can concentrate more on the one and destroy everything else around it, because they just like don't understand what archaeological significance is.
Right.
So
this image, right? No, I didn't mean to turn that off. Oh, you saw all my clone stamps, right? There's the clone stamps.
Clone stamps.
Anyway, so this image, right, is altered, right? I don't think it was for fraud specifically. I think it was, as Mary said, because someone was not very bright and thought they were being helpful by doing that. But this is the original image, minus my clone stamps that go over the top of it. This is the original image. This is what you actually see if you go to the rock, and people have taken additional photos, like I pointed out here, right? This is at a completely and totally different angle. It's not even close to the same angle. It's actually more squished together because they used a different focal length lens and stuff. And
it's a different time of day. The other one is either early morning or evening because of the blue. Like
right.
That it's in the gold, it's golden hour light. It has nice.
So I think probably the white balance was also off in this. But regardless, the point is this is what the rock looks like. And we are seeing a larger image here than the one Mary had up earlier. Let me just go and push in a tiny bit more as well. You can see that there's no difference in the coloration, right? That this inscription in this inscription, there is no difference in the coloration of the rock, which suggests most likely that they are of similar age. If you did, you can see like what happens when something is of a different age, it looks different, right? So like right here.
Yeah, there's that pale white chip where something's
right.
fallen off.
Right here. And let me try this again. For some reason, I can't see my own mouse, but right here, like something bumped into it, it chipped, it's bright white. And maybe you can see the little circle I did, maybe you can't. I did.
And there are a couple of other places on the same one that have the brighter white. So if it was recent,
I'll do it bigger this time. So this was chipped recently. There looks like there's a chip right here recently. There's a couple of chips over here recently. Not because of any fraud or anything, just because something bumped into the rock.
A piece of the rock fell off.
A tiny little flake of the rock bumped off. But that's what you would expect is if this was written recently. Oh, and there's actually one right here.
Oh, yep. There's the chip right there. So this is not recent. They are of similar ages, not identical ages, nor can you just from its color date it to a particular decade or even necessarily within 100 years. But these are ancient. They are old. They are not new. I want everyone to also pay attention to the diacritical marks. Do any of them look bright white?
Nope.
No.
Oh, you can barely make them out. So
they cannot be new. They are old. They're ancient. The diacritical marks on this are ancient. Okay, guys?
Yeah,
they're
so
ancient.
Like
period.
Here, for example, that's clearly a diacritical mark. That's clearly a diacritical mark. This may or may not be one. That might just be a mark in the rock. It is a little circle, but diacritical mark, diacritical mark, diacritical mark, diacritical mark. You get the point, right? There's a number of them.
And they're dark.
They don't look any different, right? I just pointed them all out, then I undid it. They don't look any different than in color than what's below it. And here, maybe you could see more clearly how this is a different script than this. It's not like super, super different, but Mary pointed that out earlier. I mean, it's written at a different angle. It's clearly a different inscription. It's clearly not part of the same inscription. So, and this part, right? Again, Mary underlined it earlier, but now we're looking at a bigger image, so I'll underline it too. These three lines is the part about Umar. This part, even if it was added later, is totally irrelevant to Umar. All right. I think that we've made the point there. So hopefully, hopefully that should be enough evidence that this is not fraud.
Yeah. Yeah. It was not added later. And then he says, however, he gets more ridiculous. He says, however, the oddities don't end there. The Islamic Museum in Riyadh also houses a replica of the rock on which the Zuhayr inscription is located and forever large image of the inscriptions. And both the inscription from the lower left is clearly legible, but those on the right are not visible. And I do not think that is actually true. I can totally see the one on the lower right in the photograph version of it. But what's funny is that this rock is terribly done. Like the replica is like an awful replica. Look at how badly that lower inscription is and how it just
Oh, and look, they didn't even try to do the one to the right.
Yeah, they just didn't try to do it. And he's trying to make a big deal about the fact that they didn't try to reproduce the ones on the right.
But I mean, it's illegible. I mean, it's clearly supposed to be inscription, but it's in such bad shape you can't read it. So they didn't bother to reproduce it.
Yeah. So again, I'm pointing out again, here's the actual text of that part that, it's a big smoking gun. Mel's all concerned about it because Mel can't understand logic and reason. I'm Ibn Hakam Ibn al-Walid, and I ask Allah for paradise. Like, that's supposed to be a scandal there, guys. a clearly ancient text that was photoshopped out of a picture by some bureaucratic monkey who was making an application to UNESCO. And what's even funnier is that this goofball claims that the diacritical, he claims that the diacritical marks are fabricated by Gaban because his eyes are busted and can't make them out on the Saudi reproduction that used Gaban's photos. But they are in fact visible. You can see the dot over here on, okay, so first letter.
I mean, who cares? It's someone's reproduction. To use this as evidence of what the original is just idiotic. Idiotic.
I know, but that second line, so there's an aleph and a space, and then there's a noon that connects. But look at that noon and the little dot over it. The dot's there. They're actually all there. All the diacritical marks are reproduced. It's just a rather bad reproduction. You can totally see them. I don't know what he's talking about. He's on crack, but he just declares that, oh, there's no diacritical marks when they reproduced it. So these implying that Gaban fabricated these in between taking a photo that was used here to make this reproduction, then his own publication that they were fabricated at some point. So this
theoretically, because again, you already pointed out the mark is there, and I can see the mark. I don't know why he can't see it, but theoretically, if someone made this, couldn't they have just made a mistake and they not noticed the diacritical mark in the photo they were using for the reproduction? Why would you use a reproduction as evidence?
I don't know. And again, he made a big deal about the illegible part, no one attempting to reproduce that. Now, I want to point out that he even states that on the submission to UNESCO, the wrong word for dying is used. Umar died instead of the word that means I lift you to myself, that lifting word. That's the word that's actually used in the Arabic. But on the UNESCO application, the goofball didn't even write the Arabic word, the correct Arabic word. He used a synonym, which is just the regular word for death in Arabic.
So Cargo, after telling us time and time again that it's a fraud, right? That Gaban or someone else made this up, now has just automatically moved to something else. Right? Oh, why didn't they test the rock for dating? Do you have the slightest clue? Right? Do you have the slightest clue how an inscription on a rock would be dated?
You're so pathetic.
And then he says, I don't want to investigate geologically and date the inscription. Yes, sure. I don't want to do that. I'm the one who came in here saying that Mel had proved it was a fraud based on video evidence. I show you his evidence is garbage. And what do you immediately do? Oh, well, it's an ancient forgery then.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. It's an ancient forgery. Because again, it's ancient. It has the correct patina to be ancient. You're like, well, it's an ancient forgery. No, geologically, it is ancient. Period. It's ancient. Everything on here is ancient. The diacritical marks are ancient. The whole thing is ancient. The slightly later ones are also ancient. They're all ancient. They've been there a very long time.
So think about this, Mary, right? So someone went and wrote this inscription, right? Let's say for cargo crew's sake, it was in the year 1300, okay? Well after the time of Muhammad. Why would someone go write a fraudulent inscription that says, I was here in the year that Umar died? Why would someone do that? Of what significance would this be to anyone? Why would someone forge that? It makes no sense whatsoever.
So anyway,
it's not like they took a manuscript of a Quran and altered that, something people would actually see. This is in the middle of the desert. It's some random graffiti spot. And you're like, oh yes, the conspiracy was that they would forge the date of Umar. So we can't trust that when they say it was written in that year, it actually was, because this is totally something would do to prove that Muhammad existed in the 21st century. Seriously? This is the level of ridiculous nonsense you have to go through to sustain your no-moism.
Yep, it is. So anyway, this whole whole UNESCO submission was a total farce. It was just a total mess. The submitter claimed it was crude, but also Kufic. These are contradictory. If it's crude, it's not Kufic. And they also claimed that it had no dots, which is something that both Mel and Kerr tried to make a big point about. Oh, it has no diacritical marks, even though on the picture they submitted, it has diacritical marks. They submit a picture with diacritical marks and they go, it doesn't have any diacritical marks. Like, and this is supposed to be evidence that the diacritical marks were like added in some other point. I don't even know. Like, all it's evidence of is that a monkey made the submission to UNESCO who said contradictory things, that it's crude and Kufic, and also that it has no diacritical marks, when the photograph they submitted had diacritical marks. Mel therefore thinks that this whole thing is a recent inscription. The other lines there are recent inscription, just says that. He's still obsessed with the part that's photoshopped. Don't you see that they've clearly added another one, which really calls into question if they're as old as they say it is? Yeah, this is pathetic, Mel.
No one would have
pathetic.
No one would have made that fake, assuming the second one was fake, which is not. But no one would have faked that either, especially in modern times. Why think about how insanely stupid this is? Okay, so you have an inscription.
That's really important to you.
It provides some evidence that Umar existed and is considered very historically important. And then you decide, well, if people bought that, let's go write another inscription directly under it that has no historical value whatsoever.
I mean, again, think about it. Is your brain on? I am Hakam Ibn al-Walid, and I ask Allah for paradise. They risk blowing the whole thing for the sake of adding that in a later Kufic script. Like, guys.
I know. Why didn't they write it 5 feet away if they're going to make a second fake inscription? I mean, this is just so stupid. So stupid.
I know, right? So then Kerr goes full idiot, and he goes, one of the 3 semantic markers cited by Gaban, that of the present of diacritical points, is invalid. It's invalid because the goofball at UNESCO, who is submitting something that has diacritical marks in the image, just says that there isn't,
so someone misread it.
Kerr's looker's busted on this reproduction, and he can't see them because his eyeballs don't work right. But it's invalid because Kerr says it is. Again, I find Kerr, when he speaks, absolutely intolerable because he has that smug grinning, ha, look at me. I am pulling a fast one on everyone. I'm so much smarter than everyone, and I'm going to make everyone see how smart I am. Like, I don't know if he has a wife, how she has not just poisoned the man or taken her own life. I could not imagine having to live in the same household as this creature. He is the most insufferable creature who has ever existed.
The worst of all creatures, you could say.
The rocks themselves are ancient, guys. These are ancient rocks.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to clarify because I didn't directly address it. I did in the chat. I wanted to directly address it for the on air as well. So depending on the type of rock, you could grind up the rock and get an approximate date the rock form, but that would be useless. That wouldn't tell you anything. Activity going on, very little weather, very little organic activity, whatever. But given the right conditions and a deep enough cut into the rock, it has to be fairly deep. You can do some little like scraping to get like the microbes off there and get an approximate date within like centuries at least in certain conditions. This is a very shallow inscription, and that will only tell you the most recent date. It won't tell you because like after a certain amount of time, that's why it has to be deep, because after a certain amount of time, no more additional accumulation can occur or whatever. So you can, and in specialized circumstances, you can get an approximate age of a date that's wouldn't apply here, basically, is what I'm saying. There's no way to date this.
Yeah, but all that you can say is that it's ancient because of the patina. So it cannot be a forgery within the last like 200 years, 300 years. Okay. So it's ancient because the patina is appropriate for a very aged thing. Then you go into epigraphy and you look at the handwriting styles. Here's news to a lot of people, apparently. Ancient people did not hardly ever try to imitate earlier handwriting styles. It just wasn't done.
I mean, and why would they?
They didn't think about it. Why would they? It did not occur to them. Okay. This is a Hijazi script. It's Hijazi because it's Hijazi. It's got the little early loopy look. It just does. It's definitely not Kufic. The bottom one is Kufic influenced, and you can see the difference, how much more elongated it is. This one isn't. It's Hijazi. It's not like, it doesn't look like a late Hijazi script, but this guy wasn't a terribly fantastic writer, and he was doing something kind of ad hoc as it was. But, this is not anything that anyone would think is, it cannot be forged recently. It is not anything that anyone would have forged historically. But anyway, he's just going, again, if this were a forgery, putting in diacritical points would be a bad move because it would be a very early instance of this. And they had to match other early instances of it. They couldn't do things that were anachronistic to the early things, but it wasn't like this would be a terrible move. Gaba never argues that it's authentic because it has diacritical marks. I want to point that out. He is arguing that it's authentic even though it has diacritical marks, and here's all the evidence for it being authentic. So again, if he were forging it, he would not have put diacritical marks, neither would anybody else.
Working against him. And he knows it would work against him, right? Because he has to explain away, so to speak, the diacritical marks. But yet he's the forger, apparently. Yeah. Very strange, very strange stuff. I did want to point out that Cargo Crew admits that Kerr is not a sincere academic. What he doesn't realize, though, is that his hero Mel relies mostly on Kerr. Like 80% of what he says comes from Kerr.
Except that Mel misunderstands it or takes the things that Kerr is trying to trick you into believing and just believes it because he's not a very good reader. So Kerr then says, for informal text, a suitable stone surface was usually sought, as was apparently the case with the Zuhayr inscription. So Kerr says that this is a suitable stone surface, which it obviously is. It's pretty darn flat. It's very visible. It's up high. It's on a pilgrimage route, right? But then he says, it's odd that the writer climbed to the very top of a blank section of rock, wrote to the edge, then moved to the right to start a new line. So he thinks it's odd that you went to the top section, started writing, then moved down a line, and then started writing not all the way across, but a big chunk across. And then whenever he ran out of room, he just went directly under it. To line up with the previous one.
I do think it is slightly weird, but I mean, people do things that are slightly weird.
I think if I had to guess, room for
that's what I was going to. Actually, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think that he wrote the first part with what was available at the top, estimated how much space he would need, didn't leave him enough space, and then it's like, "Oops, I'll just put that down below." I think that's what happened. And that's why he started writing where he started writing, because he estimated that was how much space he needed. And then he's like, crap, oh, well, there's space below. I'll just put it there.
And so, again, I think he didn't plan it out really well. He wanted to do the whole next line in one go. Because
that's what I think too.
He started with his introductory, he wanted to do the whole line next go. So he moved way over to try to fit the whole thing. And then he just totally misjudged and was like, oh, well, I'm over here now. I'm just going to hang out here about where I am and not climb all the way over again and kind of line it up with about where I started in the first place. That's what happened. The first one is a distinct phrase. He kept it as a. So But why the third line begins where it does is very striking. A likely explanation would be that the inscription on the right had already been applied. Okay, first of all, since the one on the right is totally illegible and cannot be dated, the thought that it was blank from Gabon comes from the fact that it's kind of squished up and bunched together like it didn't have a lot of room.
Yeah,
Or didn't feel like it had a lot
if
of
you
room.
want to say that
Like-
inscriptions are in first, whatever. I mean, it's illegible. So what conclusion could you possibly draw from that?
But he wants to claim that whenever it began to be written, there was nothing there, and then somebody came in and added this other bit later on. So
But
he then claims that the script isn't consistent. Here comes the great part. He claims that the basmala is smaller to fit in the available space.
Okay, a human being
But-
can't vary the size of their letters. I mean, what the heck?
And it's not.
I
It's
mean, it
not
doesn't look
that
smaller to me,
smaller.
but how is
Like-
that even an argument?
Look at the. So look at the.
Yeah,
There's the
it's
same
not
letter
smaller.
here, and then kind of diagonally to the right. They both have a B there.
It's not smaller. I'm looking at it full size.
And
image.
it's really not smaller hardly at all. Like it's slightly different size, but this dude is carving in a
Maybe.
rock as he's going on. And he might have carved that, gotten down and gone, wow, that's not quite as visible as I'd like. Let's make sure that I'm a little bit more visible, and carved the rest like with a little bit more clarity, because it is a little bit more legible in the bottom one than it is in the top one, but it's not particularly all that much smaller. But then he says he believes that this part here is more vertical and and less like this the second line, which he says is slanty. So the bismillah is supposed to be super vertical, and then the second line is also supposed to be very slanty. Which is
Yeah.
the very most vertical letter of this entire thing? Oh, it's the first letter of the second line. The one that he says is original. That
So
aleph,
I will say the
there.
third. So is he trying to just dismiss the third line, or is he trying to dismiss the second line, part of the
he's
second
trying to
line?
dismiss the first line, the second half of the third line. So Umar, okay,
So
the name Umar-
sorry. So let me just make sure I understand the claim. So the claim is someone wrote the middle part of this. Someone
Yes.
came on, wrote an introduction and a
Yes.
continuation of it, using the middle part of it instead of just writing their own inscription. That's
Correct.
seriously his claim.
And when they came in, they did the diacritical marks, but then they're also modern forgeries from his own statements, even though he knows that they can't be modern forgeries. But yeah, so the one that looks like a
What?
circle, the circle with the two C's right there, that's Umar. The first one is U, and then the circle is the M, and then the R is the second C looking thing. So do you guys all see Umar? That's supposed to be the last word of the original. So this entire
sorry,
first bit,
So
so the original part is supposed
it kind
to
of
be,
looks. Let me just make sure I understand. It's the thing that looks like a backward C, an O, and a forward C.
yeah, it kind of looks like a little crab. So I'm going to call it the
Yeah.
crab sign now.
Okay,
So that
yeah.
little crab
So that
there.
says Umar. So he says the Umar part's original, and
the
they just
last
added
word.
what, the date?
So the original part is I, Anna, Zuhayr, wrote dying or on the death of Umar. So
Okay.
I, Zuhayr, have I wrote this at the death of Umar. That's the part he thinks is original. The reason that he says is that he says that I, Zuhayr, is super slanty and the other part isn't slanty. I want you to look at the most vertical line of this entire thing, which is the first letter of Anna of I. That's the most vertical part. It's the one that he says is authentic. The super duper up and down vertical non-slanted bit in the Zuhayr. There is a
So,
one
sorry.
slanty letter. You get one really slanty
So
letter.
is it so it's the slant of the letters?
Yes.
Because it is, that last word is written at a ever so slightly different tilt as far as like the line goes. Like it's not exactly a straight line down.
So he's saying that if it is super slanty, it is authentic and Hijazi. If it is vertical, it is not authentic. But again,
So,
the most
Here,
vertical letter.
let me share my screens so I can show you exactly what I'm trying to say here. Let me get appropriate size ink.
I agree that the second Aleph and Ana is slanty. The first one isn't, though. It's the most vertical letter on the entire inscription.
All right. So let me turn something on.
Give me one second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, we'll wait for Mary to come back. Yeah, fine, whatever. So while we're waiting for Mary, I'll go ahead and underline the first word. So this is the Bishmal, right? In the name of Allah, which isn't even really said is to be part of the inscription. So then this part here, you know what? There's a much better way to do this. See. There you go. Nice straight line. All right. So there's the first word.
Okay. So the Bismillah. Yeah.
Bismillah, which is irrelevant, but whatever, just for sake. He says that's written later, incidentally.
Yes.
I don't know
Bismillah
why.
is written later.
It doesn't. If this is supposedly different, the Bismillah looks like the other part, but forget that. So then this is what he says is the original is from here all the way to here.
Umar. Yep.
So
that's original. You might want to change the color on that.
Yep. So I'm going to ignore the Bismillah being in red. I'm going to change the color for the other part. All right. So then he says this part, which
and the bottom part
and this part are different. Okay. So here's what I was trying to say. In addition to this, I think it's probably just either because the rock was not quite as strong or random chance, but this part does look a bit more messed up, right? It does look less clear, let's say. And it is written at a different angle, but it's written at a more straight angle.
Yeah, what he's saying is that one's super straight and the other part is super curvy. So straight, he says, is late. Angled, he says, is early. But I want to point out that the very first letter on the part he says is original is the straightest letter on the straightest aleph on the entire thing. It is the most vertical, is the most up and down. So if you scroll all the way to the right.
Well, not only that, Mary, this part, which he also says is added, is the most slanted. It's more slanted. So this is slightly less slanted, but this is clearly more slanted.
Well, the whole thing is angled. He means the individual letters.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to clarify. I wasn't talking about the letters. I was talking about.
Oh, no. He doesn't think that that's a factor at all. No, he means the slantiness of the letters. Like if you write cursive with a slant.
You can't even write a straight line and you're expecting all his letters to be perfect. I mean, this is silly.
Yeah. So if you go back to mine, now that we're talking about individual letters.
No, I thought you were talking about individual letters, but you weren't understanding that I was trying to make a different, I was trying to say something different. I was saying that's not what he's talking about, correct? And you're like, no, it is. And you weren't understanding what I was trying to get at. That's all.
Got it. Now I understand. Yeah. So.
And I don't know why it didn't go back.
So you're saying, why are you critiquing the slant within the line whenever the lines themselves are kind of wonky?
Yeah. I mean, the line isn't even itself consistent.
No, it's not. But.
What happened here?
I mean, none of them are, and any of the ones on here. But if you go back to mine, if you see that very first letter on the very first word, the first aleph is the most vertical one in the entire thing. And
that's why.
Some of these are just not capable of showing slant. Like Zuhayr
is capable of changing.
Yeah, Zuhayr is capable of showing slant. All the rest of this isn't even like letters that are capable of showing slant. So it's just a mess. He's really basing this on the alephs And he has one nicely slanty aleph, and then one, well, I guess and the kitab, or one, you have the B here that's slanty, right? Sort of. It's like the B does look more angled to the left than in other ones. But like, no. There is no really consistent slanty pattern here. You can't look at two letters and then make a declaration. And I want to point out again that the one that he says is absolutely authentic, which is that the Zuhayr Maula of Ibn Shayba here, right? He says that's totally authentic. It's not slanty to the left like he wants it to be. It's more of the up and down / slanty to the right that he says isn't authentic. So the parts that he wants to be original and also from the same time period of this, they don't match it. It's the parts that he doesn't like are a better match for the other one than this one. It's just a mess.
Oh, and by the way, because he said the inscription to the right, it was there first, and that's why he jammed the letters in up above it or whatever. But he doesn't apply the same logic to the inscription on the left, right? Because if he's suggesting that this part got added, it just coincidentally they had enough space to add it so that it lines up directly with an inscription below it. Well, that's a bit odd.
Yeah.
Show some consistency.
Yeah. So here is a critique of his statement. Someone who has a background in inscriptions said the problem with his argument is the Kerr arbitrarily selects which parts of the inscription to classify as having a different style. One could also considering everything after the phrase Ana Zuhayr Kabatu to be a later addition because it appears more vertical because everything else later. So everything later than I, Zuhayr, wrote this. Everything later than that looks more vertical. So even the part died Umar in the correct order, died Umar, that looks way more vertical. It looks as vertical as anything else does. But he's counting that one as totally being the slanty kind, even though it's as vertical as anything else is. But he's just counting it because that gives him a pretext as to why other things.
I mean, this is so silly. Yeah, so silly to suggest that the slight tilting of the letters gives it away when the guy can't even write in a straight line.
Yep. The script, and then he claims, the script of the last two words of the inscription, year 20 is again clearly vertically aligned, which is easily evident. Again, all of his clearly and evident and stuff shows he's BSing. And again, critique of this says, and then later he tries to say that the use of ta marbuta it might be anachronistic, et cetera. He's throwing more suspicion on it. He says he says there's nothing inherently suspicious about the use of ta marbuta in an early Arabic inscription. And even the combination of the two within the same inscription is found in inscriptions from the same time period. So an inconsistency in orthography of spelling, which is found here, is found in other inscriptions. That's also something that you wouldn't expect to find in a forgery, that they would use an inconsistency. Even if it's found in other inscriptions, you're unlikely to find that, because if you're doing a forgery, you'd want to do whatever you thought was right rather than go back and forth between two different things. He also then declares, Kerr says, we have already expressed our suspicion, royal we, that the first date is the original one, based on the paleographic and epigraphic identification figures. Yeah, no. Additionally, it must be noted that both dates are attested epigraphically elsewhere, just not together in one graffiti. So then Kerr cites several examples from ancient North Arabian inscriptions.
Wait, what date is he talking about exactly? I mean,
So he basically.
I'm
so,
confused. The
oh,
date
so-
Umar supposedly died, or
So hang on. So it says that I did this at the time when Umar died, and then gave a date. So it double dates it. I wrote this at the time
Oh.
Umar died, and then explicitly given a date. Kerr's saying,
okay,
"Oh,
I get it. So what he's saying is
they
they
didn't
added
do
in
that
the
in
date
ancient
later.
inscriptions." And then he's making fun of him because he's like, "Yeah, Kerr cites several examples from ancient North Arabian inscriptions, which are irrelevant to the case, since the Zuhayr inscription is not written in ancient North Arabian. If we examine Arabic inscriptions from the same period as the Zuhayr inscription, we find that it was not uncommon to state the approximate time of an event and then specify the exact year." So, like his entire double dating, they wouldn't have done that. One of them's a forgery. He also just says this absolutely nonsensical thing that he's like, well, Umar's just a really common name in Old Arabic. And then he
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's say it's a common name. Forget it. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a common name or not, but let's say it's a common name. All right. So what? If someone says, I wrote this in the year Umar died, and they expect you to know the year, because apparently that's all they wrote originally, and he says that part is original. It would have to be the Umar, right?
Yep, it would have to be the Umar. It would have to be the Umar.
If I said I did this in the year that Donald became president,
yeah, right.
you'd be like, well, there's many people named Donald. It could have been any year.
So then they're saying that, he's saying that, this Umar could be anyone because it's a really common name. Well, if it was really common, then you would expect that if you don't put the last name, it would be the one that everyone knows. But anyway.
Well, you definitely disambiguate, right? Like, let's say your father was Umar or something, right? So I wrote this in the year that Umar died because he's my father. And thus it was a very important year for me. You'd still write the year down because people would need to know what year it was. So you can't have it both ways. Either it's some unknown Umar and there's a random date, or that date didn't exist because everyone knew who Umar was.
Yep. And he tries to have his cake and eat it too. So anyway, this person points out that even the statement is just nonsense because he does not find the name in any ancient North Arabian inscriptions. Instead, there is a compound name, which is Umarillah, basically. Umarillah is the name. And she doesn't suggest that it's related to Umar as a name. And she only suggests the first part of the name might come from the Nabatean Umar, or it's not necessarily Umar, but Umar, like Amr, for example, for which she, contrary to Kerr's assertion, she gives the meaning keep alive, make prosper, which he denies that it has anything to do with. So there's no basis for thinking that Umar was a common name before Islam. However, if it were true, it would in fact weaken Kerr's own hypothesis, someone else making our observations, that the dating part is a later addition. There have been many
look, he said the same thing.
named Umar, right? It seems extremely improbable that the writer would attempt to date his inscription solely by referring to the death of an Umar without any patronym and without a date, too. The lack of a specific identifier of this Umar, given Kerr's hypothesis that there are many other persons named Umar, strongly suggests that there originally was a specified date given at the end of that inscription. So
hey, look, I had not seen these slides, and I just said the same thing. You know why? Because I thought about it, and that was the logical conclusion.
Yes, it was. And so he then tries to force an Ethiopic meaning onto the root of the verb used for death to make Umar's death means something else. I already told you that it's the word that means like to raise to yourself because or to raise, to pull out, because Arabs believe that when you went to sleep, your soul was pulled out of your body and then put back, and then when you died, it was pulled out and kept out. So this lifting out for dying term, he's like, well, it could mean something totally different because this word only has this meaning in Arabic, the language it is written in, and in a distantly related different language, roots have a different meaning. No, it has a meaning of the language that it's written in. It's not written in a different language. It's written in Arabic. It has the Arabic meaning. So again, this is just Kerr showing off how smart he is, and he knows this fact about this root in another language. He doesn't believe that it has the Ethiopic meaning. He's just blustering and showing off and preening here. He's such an intolerable, pompous, just absolutely.
It is showing off, but also he's probably trying to give you some kind of impression about what. Right? Yeah. Maybe it doesn't even mean what we think it means. Maybe it means something else. Imagine you and I having a conversation in English, right? And then later on, I'm like, well, I actually meant the Spanish meaning of that term. Joke's on you.
Right. Okay. And then he says the last two words appear to be less deeply incised. Yeah, they are. They do seem to be shallower. Then he says possibly an indication of a shorter period of patina formation. That has nothing to do with it. How deeply you carve it would not change how much patina it would have on it. That's just words. And also the next line, because again, he's like, this part looks shallower. But the very next line is as deep as any of it. Like that's also supposed to be part of the forgery. The and
right.
or.
Like I said, those last words are that last word for one reason or another is rather messed up.
Yeah, it looks
there
shallower.
is something different about it.
It doesn't have less patina. It does look shallower. But trying to equate the two.
I don't know if it looks shallower or it just it just wasn't done as precisely or whatever. It looks different, right? But the next word has to be added by the same hand as that, and it doesn't have any of the same characteristics. Correct. So whatever reason that looks different, it isn't because it has something in common with the line below it.
Yep, has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. So Kerr's brilliant theory here is appropriate to recall that epigraphic forgeries belong to a very ancient literary genre, not only in the Middle East. And then he goes on for page after page after page after page, citing carefully constructed forgeries, all of which were made for a specific purpose in a specific context.
Yeah, there has to be a purpose. You don't forge a random rock in the middle of nowhere with... I wrote this in the year Umar died. That has no purpose to anyone except for the person who wrote it.
Keep in mind that the additional parts, the parts that are added, are supposed to be the forgery. I wrote this.
Right, that's true. That part was original. I wrote this in the year Umar died. But then someone later on is like, "Hey, someone already wrote. I wrote this in the year that Umar died. I know that Umar died in the year 4, so let me write the year 4."
Or 24.
24.
It's
24,
like absolutely
24.
ridiculous. So this Zuhayr guy, he wasn't a famous guy. The death of Umar wasn't something that was contested. This isn't settling anything in the ancient context in which this was written. This isn't clarifying anything. The location wasn't relevant to his death. The inscription would have no value to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. No reason for anyone to forge this whatsoever, ever, in modern times or in ancient times.
Yep. And
I mean, theoretically, if someone was going to forge an inscription because they wanted to provide evidence for Islam, it wouldn't be I random person and wrote this in the year Umar died. It would be something like I, Muhammad, had this instructed to be written on the occasion of my victory in the battle of whatever, right? That's what it would be like.
Now, here is the really damning thing. One of his big arguments is that forgers often follow the course of scholarly debates and then use them.
What? What?
Then he points to the debate about the age of diacritical marks. So apparently now we have time travelers who know in the future that there will be a scholarly debate about these things and travel back into the past and forge things. Then he cuts his own argument off at the knees. He says,
I mean, of course, it's too old. That's not a modern, right?
So
I mean, that is true. That is one reason. One thing that would motivate people to make a forgery is to win an academic debate.
Yeah.
But, well, one, he said there is no debate. That critical marks didn't exist, which was just false. And then, but what he's alleging is that this is with that statement, and
Yeah.
he's probably not going to draw the conclusion because he knows that the conclusion would be
false.
ridiculous. But what he's alleging is that it was made in 2003 when it was discovered.
And that's
what he's alleging.
Mel is running around telling everybody, because Mel is a sucker and falls for these games because he never turns on his brain and then ignores the little bits where Kerr actually admits the truth. Here is the sentence. On the other hand, whether we're dealing here with a deliberate forgery in a true sense, apart from modified photographs, it is doubtful for two reasons. What? It's doubtful that we're dealing with a forgery. The patina does not appear to be of recent date.
Hey, we said that.
And only some early sources believe Umar died in the year 24, while later ones consistently give the year 23. So again, if you're forging this and just trying to add information about when Umar died, unless you were very early, you would always say 23, and only a few, the minority, say 24 anyway. Perhaps this is why we are dealing with here the pious edition of a pilgrim from earlier times.
So an ancient
Believed
forgery.
that the text referred to the caliph, whereupon he added it. So his conclusion is that this was a very early edition. The date itself was a very early edition.
Uh-huh.
That's his conclusion. But
So he said some
but this
nonsense
guy
about
who was
scholarly
walking
debate.
by saying this was just wrong. It refers to some random unknown
Random
Zuhair,
Umar.
a
Uh-huh.
random unknown Umar, and that's why we can throw it out, even though these editions would have had to have been very early. And also
So,
keep in mind that he is saying that it is
Yeah.
not.
So I mean, technically, he's not really saying it's a forgery. I mean, we'd consider it a forgery, but what he's saying is that someone was trying to be helpful and added some additional
Yes.
information
in
to
ancient
this.
times. In ancient times, so that means that the diacritical marks would all have to be really early.
But then he went through all those examples of forgery, but it wouldn't actually be a forgery if his hypothesis is correct, right?
Correct. It would not be a forgery. He's just like, it's not a, he has no evidence for being a forgery and actually rejects that it's a forgery. And so all of the stuff where he's talking about forging the past and this and that and the other, and anyone who believes that they're making things up, all of this he rejects because he admits that this has to be genuinely ancient. And keep in mind that all of his basis for arguing that it's not about Umar is just nonsense anyway. It's just nonsense anyway. And also, with his nonsense about diacritical marks, making it seem a little bit later, that meant that this guy went through and added diacritical marks to everything too, which makes no sense, especially since he's been trying to claim that it didn't have diacritical marks at all until after 2003, even though it's in the photo from 2003. Like, it's just incoherent. The man is just untrustworthy. So what's the point? It just says Umar died. It's about the caliph. Why would you make the addition in an old-fashioned script? Why would you add a date and a basmala? I mean, he just declares it's added because it's his feelings, but it's not. So now we're going to go through other early dated things that were from the same body of material that Mel was asked to look at. So here's a dated tombstone. The year 31, which says, "In the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate," that's the full basmala. "This tomb belongs to Abdul Rahman," etc., etc. He went on Hajj. "Oh Allah, forgive him and make him enter into thy mercy and make us go with him." When reading this inscription, ask pardon, passerby, when reading this inscription, ask pardon for him, that's the dead person, and say Ameen. This inscription was written on a particular date of the year 31. Now, this is quite significant because it's a paraphrase of what? Of the Quran. "Forgive me, my brother, and make us enter into your mercy, for you are the most merciful of those who show mercy." So again, it's forgive him and make him enter into thy mercy, and then make us go with him, like make us do the same thing. So it's a paraphrase from the Quran on a very early inscription. Big problem for likes of Mel, who claimed that this was made up later on, or at least his understanding was.
So this is actually interesting for a couple of reasons. One, it would suggest the Quran. Well, I mean, we have manuscripts, so we know the Quran existed at that time.
It was written by now.
But it also is strongly suggestive that it couldn't possibly be a forgery. And not that I would think that someone would forge a tombstone anyway, but there's certain people who are going to try to claim everything's a forgery, because if you were forging it, you would quote it exactly, right? You wouldn't paraphrase it.
Correct. And also this whole say Amin thing comes from these goofy traditions from Muhammad that basically that whenever you say Amin, the angels have to say it with you and like confirm what you say when you're praying for dead people. It's very funny. Umar ibn Khattab, his full name is in a personal document that was found. Donner, oh goodness, I did not have Donner's information here, but anyway, Donner presented it, and he did run a test on it. You can see and clipped out a little bit and ran a carbon-14 test on it, and it did come back a little bit later in the 9th century, but the epigraphy shows that it has to be authentic. So it's either a copy, which is fairly unlikely, or there's some contamination that affected the dating, which is actually more likely. Copies usually aren't made of things of this nature. The letter itself talks about the distribution of 26 dinars among family members and close acquaintances of the author. Different people mentioned in the letter are assigned various amounts. Rashid ibn someone or another wrote it, and Umar gets just 1 dinar in it. So the idea that there are a number of other names of companions and other folks mentioned among the people who are given things, and so this is a very, very likely mention of Umar himself and a letter that just happened to have survived. There's another script that has, I didn't put up the whole one, that asks for the intercession, I spelled that wrong, of Muhammad on behalf of his Ummah. So, Muhammad, please intercede for us. Then here is the one that caused Mel to absolutely spiral. He was asked to respond to another inscription, the Muhammad and his wives inscription. It says, Allah, forgive Muhammad the Prophet and join with him his wives. And Allah, forgive the male and female believers and forgive Saleh. So Saleh is probably the dude who's writing this. Allah, forgive Muhammad the Prophet. This prayer for forgiveness points to an early date because other people do not ask things from later dates where prayer, prayers and blessings upon Muhammad. They don't plead for Allah to forgive Muhammad of his many, many sins. Oh, this is an early context where Muhammad was well known to run around asking people to forgive him of his sins. This absolutely destroys the idea that this could be about Jesus because this is a sinner who needs to be forgiven by God. And he's got wives, multiple wives. So just like Muhammad needs to be forgiven, and so his wives need to be given to him like in death and paradise, forgive the male and female believers too, and forgive me, Saleh, who's almost certainly the writer of this. And this was found in the desert. So this was published. So there is an entire group of folks who are now like stomping around in the desert, a team that are loosely coordinated of amateurs who just go out and take photographs and send them in. And then the experts in epigraphy, and they give the location to the experts in epigraphy, and the experts in epigraphy translate it, try to figure out when it was, because a lot of times this is not legible to folks either.
Oh, you see, that proves it's a fraud because the experts are not the ones taking the photos. It's just some random people. So they could put in a fake photo, and the expert would never know.
Yeah, but so after the guy who's stomping
Because
around the desert,
these non-experts have the expertise to forge it and
forge
then
it,
pass
but they
it off
can't say what
to
it means.
the
They have no idea what it means.
unknowing,
Right.
to the unknowing expert who analyzes it.
So the Saudi archaeologist who specializes in epigraphy transcribed it. His name is Muhammad al-Maghawi. So al-Maghawi is who we're talking about here as the expert who transcribed it. Juan Cole dates it to the 7th or 8th century. He dates it early. So he says the inscription calls Muhammad's followers the believers rather than Muslims. It's Fred Donner, by the way. Believers. And I've mentioned this too. The early term for Muslims is believers. So we're asking for all of Muhammad's many sins to be forgiven. And they call Muslims believers, which University of Chicago historian Fred Donner has argued was a typical distinction in early Islam, which anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together to keep warm also figures out from just reading the dang sources. This way of speaking may indicate that the inscription is 1st century after Hijrah. The inscription is especially attentive to women, mentioning the prophet's wives as well as the prophet, and the female believers as well as the male ones. Yeah, it's join with him his wives, so make sure he has his wives in paradise. But anyway, so Mel doesn't feel like the rock is as smooth as a rock really ought to be. If you wanted to carve something, why would you carve it on something that was rocky? So my feelings are that this is the wrong sort of rock to carve something on. So it's fake. It's fake. It's crabby. It makes it look more weathered. And so no one looks.
Someone did this in Photoshop. They forged an inscription that they couldn't read themselves, and it says believers instead of Muslims, which they almost certainly wouldn't know is what it should say. Because it's bumpy. The rock is bumpy, guys.
Yeah, like seriously, he just ranted on for this. Like, it's just, why would you choose a rock like that? That's not the kind of rock that you would choose because it's my feelings. So, no, and no one looks at the rock to see the weathering, decide how old something is. They look at the patina of the inscription, period. He reached out to Ilka Lindstedt. And Ilka Lindstedt says, oh, it's 7th or 8th century. So that means that if it's not a completely modern forgery, because modern people will imitate ancient writing, it is necessarily very early. Mel doesn't like this answer. He says, especially when the inscription doesn't come with a date, how can you date it? As if a date would be like, he doesn't accept the dates anyway. He would just say it's a modern forgery. So I don't even get it. He also falsely claims that it still reads Mahmed. He actually says Mahmed, not Mahmad. So that's not even a word in any language. His made up, fake, stupid word Mahmed, because Mel is a clown who will not give up the idea that this made up word that doesn't exist in any language was what people call Jesus. He's claiming it says this rather than Muhammad, which is the actual Arabic word. There are other Arabic possibilities, very few, but he has to go with a made up fake word. So he thinks it's suspicious that an expert in epigraphy is translating and dating epigraphic finds. So Ilka Lindstedt thinks that it's 7th or 8th century. Juan Cole thinks that it's 7th or 8th century. But he wants to focus on al-Maghawi and say that, oh, you are a suspicious person. It's too convenient that you expert in epigraphy, you're doing the translating and dating of epigraphic finds. It's too convenient that he can link epigraphies to some historical sources sometimes. because Mel thinks that all these sources are made up. So in Mel's mind, which never use Mel's mind, maybe you should use it because he's not, I don't know. But in Mel's mind, everything early is made up. It's fake. Therefore, if anything refers to it, that's suspicious. But he's going from the presumption that all of this material is fake and not true. And so he's using his own assumption that all of Islamic history is fake to then say, if anyone finds something that points to it, they should be cast under a cloud of suspicion because they're fakes too, because my feelings. He seems not to grasp the fact that once al-Makfawi publishes his findings from photos taken by other people, again, he's not the one finding this. Photos are actually being taken by other people. Anyone at all can check his work, and they have, and everybody agrees with him. And he also goes, he's been rewarded for his work. He's gotten rewards or awards. So he has an incentive to forge everything. Well, the fact that Mel's entire online identity is based on this nonsense means that he has an incentive to not use critical thinking and to make things up. So we should never believe anything that Mel says.
He doesn't even have to be fraudulent, right? He doesn't even have to be fraudulent. He has a very strong incentive to continue to promote Muhammad mythism, because if he one day came out and said, hey guys, I mean, he has multiple motives, one being his YouTube channel, which may or may not be all that important to him, but he would also, right, so one day he comes out and says, guys, for the last 10 years everything I did was meaningless. I was wrong about everything. That's an admission that you wasted 10 years of your life.
Yep. Which he has, by the way.
That's a very strong motive to keep you saying the same thing. There's the personal embarrassment. There's the potential loss of audience. I mean, there's all kinds of factors, and those could all be subconscious, right?
Bluntly, Mel has wasted the last 10 years of his life. He's not only wasted it, but he has misled other people and brought them into deception. And he has tricked them, made them poor thinkers. He has made people worse for listening to him. That is what Mel has done for the last 10 years. And the sooner he quits, the better it is for everyone, including himself.
Yeah, including himself.
So here, Mel, Kerr went full idiot before. Now Mel's going to go full idiot. So this is part of his thing where he goes, well, I'm going to read, this cannot possibly be early because I believe, because of my fifis, because of my feelings, because of my spidey senses, not based on any rational evidence, not based on history, not based on anything tangible at all, other than his pathetic emotional feelings, that on these coins, which by the way are not from Muawiyah, they're from before, most of them are from before Muawiyah. This means Jesus. That Muhammad has to mean Jesus here. So because of my fifis, this can't be an early inscription because it contradicts my fifis about this. This coin does not say that Jesus is Muhammad. It doesn't say that.
I mean, the coin is the primary evidence they have, right? When you criticize the coin, they'll be like, oh, it's just one minor thing, right? But really, everything goes back to the coin. The coin overrules everything else.
And
no matter what else you bring, it'd be, what about the Muhammad coin? What about the Muhammad coin? It's clearly talking about Jesus.
Yeah, and they're wrong about everything about it. First of all, it was not first mentioned in the time of Muawiyah. Second of all, it does not show a pious, wonderful picture because the crosses are messed up. They're distorted, like farces of crosses to deride them, doing the least authentic cross that they possibly can to be able to get away with it without the Christians openly rebelling. And finally, it replaces the city in which the coin was minted with Muhammad's name. It does not replace any reference to Christ, and it is not any coherent reference to Christ. So again, it's pathetic and revolting that he's
we won't go through the whole coin argument again, but again, there are two contemporary Christian sources that tell you why The
Yep.
crosses are on the coin. You don't need to speculate. Oh, it means Muwayu is a Christian. This is how people announce their religious beliefs. Everyone knows this about coins, even though it's documented absolutely nowhere ever. Two separate sources tell you that the Muslims tried to remove the coins. People refused to use them as currency, which then means they're not valid coins, and they had to relinquish and put the crosses back on the coins. Eventually, they got powerful enough to take them off for good.
Yes. And by the way, for those who are still saying that the value of a coin was in its metal, no, it wasn't. It wasn't from the Lydian times. The whole reason to mint coins is so that you can have it trading at a higher value than the amount of metal in it. And they repeatedly debase the currency without affecting the trading value of the currency at the same level of their debasement whenever it worked, whenever people had confidence. It's not true fiat currency, but it really did not have the backing of real.
Well, I mean, put it this way.
gold
It's
and
not like
silver at that
the
time.
merchant was taking your coin and weighing it.
Yep.
Right? They're accepting it as a given value, which means
Yep.
theoretically, even if theoretically it was supposed to have a certain amount of the metal, it wouldn't actually have to. And
Yep.
you think that the government didn't take advantage of that fact?
Oh, of course they did. And they did repeatedly all the time. If they did it too much, then then you get inflation. But if you kind of sneak it in, you can kind of get away with it without blowing up your economy. This has happened again and again. But Mel knows better than the Christians. Mel says, these Christians are liars. I know better. You ancient Christians, you're just stupid liars. You don't know that these people were Christians. Shame on you. That's what Mel says. That's why it's pathetic and revolting. That's why it makes me so angry. Mel then goes to a different thing, and now he's trying to date this inscription based on his emotions. So fine, he agrees that it actually says, God forgive Muhammad the prophet and join him with his wives, and God forgive the male and female believers and forgive Saleh. But he's like, no, it can't be early. Why do you keep saying it's early? Because they were Christian then, because my fifis. So it has to be after
the coins.
Well, my fifi's about the coins. So
yeah, I know.
Because
I know you.
of my
I'm
fifis-
just trying to be fair. I'm just trying to be fair and say it's based on the coins. I mean, people
And then
like they don't get how important the coins are, right? To their argument, not in reality.
No, not in
But
reality.
to their argument, the coins are like the determining factor. Jay and Mel's understanding of what coins mean is how they determine what every single other piece of evidence means.
Okay, so Mel then goes to a particular tombstone of a woman that was dated to 691 and says for the next period, for the 680s to 700, it couldn't be then because they're still totally Christian then, because he is going to embarrassingly humiliate himself again by once again using AI to mistranslate things and hallucinate a translation to make it kind of say what he means. So here is the text.
Before you get into the specifics, I'm not even sure I would understand how this would, forgetting the mistranslation, how this would supposedly work. So he found a tombstone that he says is a Christian tombstone.
No. He's saying that this tombstone is from the proto-Muslim community, but it
So it's supposed to be
it's about Jesus.
Sorry, Mary, let me clarify. The tombstone is about Jesus.
Yeah, the tombstone has stuff about Jesus in it. So let me read what it at their translation, then a literal translation, because they kind of did a meaning by meaning, word by word.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that clarifies why he would be going there, because it really talks about Muhammad, right? So the tombstone, for whatever reason, talks about Muhammad. So now I understand why he's trying to make it a Christian inscription, because I was like, so he found a what's said to be a Muslim tomb that he thinks actually is a Christian. Okay, no one's saying they weren't Christians then. So how would that help him? But the fact it's that he's getting around it saying Muhammad. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
So, and the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate, the greatest calamity of the people of Islam, the Ahal Islam. And there is right here, there's this little the word is Islam, but just the way it's written, Ahl Islam it's slurred together. So if you don't know that it's Ahl Islam, you can read it as something else. But like no one else who reads Arabic would read it as anything else, by the way. Is that which has fallen on them on the death of Muhammad the Prophet. And that whole thing is super long because they've kind of added interpretation here, and I'll get to that second. May Allah grant him peace. So the greatest calamity of the people of Islam is that which has fallen on them on the death of Muhammad the Prophet. May Allah grant them peace. This is a tomb of Abasa, daughter of Juraj, son of whoever. May clemency, forgiveness, and satisfaction of Allah be upon her. She died on Monday, 14 days having elapsed from a particular date of the year 170. Confessing that there is no God but Allah alone without partner, and that Muhammad is his slave and his apostle. May Allah grant him peace. So he's claiming that this is in the period of
so that's
the
correct translation.
Aryan,
correct?
Whatever. Okay,
So that's the correct translation.
Yeah, this is the official translation.
Before you go on, I need to take this comment from Islam will dominate. That's his name. Islam will dominate. And then he makes this comment. Okay. You can't make this stuff up. I agree with Thaddeus. Well, that's always a wise thing to do. You agree with me when I say that Muhammad is a false prophet that is leading you straight to hell. We always, Muslims, always generously and accepting of other people and their ideas. That's why progressives in the West love Islam. The coinage was changed when everyone agreed. Is that what I said? That they just asked the people when they wanted to change the coin, and eventually everyone converted Islam
when they knew that they could slaughter everyone who wouldn't take it. That's when they changed it, because that's what Islam is. It is a bloody and violent religion. So when they were
and he knows that. I mean, his name is Islam will dominate for a reason.
Yep.
He actually thinks we're stupid enough not to see through this. I mean, come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
I'm just putting you on timeout for that. That's just stupid. He knows he's a joke. Ha! The leftists.
I mean, there's like a 90% chance it's our Pakistani friend who comes in and curses us out all the time anyway. So
all right. So the literal translation, and I was having a hard time with this because I'm kind of dumb. But anyway, I asked my native speakers. I only clipped the first 3 lines of the Arabic. It's on from her tombstone. I asked them, what does this say? And they translated it the exact same way, except, well, instead of calamity, they gave another synonym, right? The 3rd line, they said, Islam is their affliction with the Prophet Muhammad. And that's an odd grammatical thing in English, which is why the meaning of it, the greatest affliction of the people of Islam is their affliction with the Prophet Muhammad. And that's like a really odd thing in English, which is why they change it to, is that which has fallen on them on the death of Muhammad the Prophet. The idea is that their greatest misfortune or disaster that will ever come upon them is the disaster that was accompanying Muhammad, meaning his death. And he in fact said that
not meaning Islam itself is what you're saying. Because I mean, it sounds kind of like when you said Islam is the affliction, whatever, it sounds like Islam is the source of their suffering. But what you're saying and why it's translated the way it is because what it's actually saying is that and which makes sense on the context of this being a tombstone, right? That the greatest tragedy was Muhammad's death. So then by consequence, the death of this person isn't as severe.
Exactly. So everyone be comforted, because the worst thing that's ever happened to the people of Islam was the disaster with respect to Muhammad, aka his death, not mine. So don't be super sad, because the worst thing that could happen to you as a people has already happened. You lost your prophet. So my friend, I only gave 1 to 3. I didn't want to give context on purpose because I just want to see, what does it say? They said, well, it means because he died. Like that's what they and two people agreed. Yeah, it's because it has to do with someone dying, and this is bereavement. So you might say the greatest bereavement of the people of Islam is their bereavement with the Prophet Muhammad, although it's a more general word than just bereavement. That is a specific meaning of the word that in this case it has. So without knowing that this is a tombstone, without knowing the rest of the context, with only this Arabic, that is what they said. And I've looked up the word musiba, the calamity, misfortune, disaster, bereavement kind of thing. That is the word that is here. And it is their bereavement with, about concerning the Prophet Muhammad. Mm-hmm. So he goes and he uses Google Lens because, Mel and his AI just can't be separated. And he says,
well, hold on, Mary. So we have to correct the translation of the fourth line there. It says, may God grant him peace. That should say, may God grant him fleas.
Yeah, there we go. May God grant him
just
fleas.
Wanted to correct that. All right.
So
Google Lens, which used to be AI, but they probably have changed it to their AI. Yeah. I've noticed that Google Translate on the web has moved over to some AI translation rather than their old-fashioned machine translation, which on average, it might be more accurate now. But when it makes a mistake, you can't tell anymore. Whereas before you could tell when it made a mistake that made no sense. So anyway, good.
He's trying to say, it doesn't speak about the death of Muhammad at all, because his interpretation is indeed the greatest of the calamities of the people of the peace instead of the people of Islam. So it's reading that as an aleph that belongs to an al there rather than part of Islam. The people of the peace is their calamity with the Prophet Muhammad. So what he's saying is that, and he's like, no, it's not. It's Mahmud again. So the greatest calamity is that which occurs with the Prophet Muhammad, seeing as Muhammad is the apocalyptic figure for Christians. He's Christ. So this is a proclamation about Christ. We proclaim your death, O Lord, and profess your resurrection until you come again. So the coming of Jesus to Mel is a calamity, an affliction, a disaster, and a misfortune. I want to point this out. Mel says that Christians believe that the coming of Christ is a calamity, affliction, and misfortune, and a disaster. Pathetic. And again, let's see, actually using the words that are here.
Hey, Mary, did the word death drop from the machine translation? Or
No, I'm explaining. Google? There is no word death in there.
It's
all about bereavement. Gotcha. That the word is a word associated with bereavement. That's why whenever they gave the translation, they gave
mourning.
It a thought for thought.
Could say as well, right? Yeah. Yep. Gotcha.
Thought translation, because the word for word is so misleading. The thought for thought translation is correct, as any Arabic speaker would tell you, because this is a word used in bereavement. But he is saying that his translation is indeed the greatest of the afflictions of the people of peace is their affliction with the Prophet Jesus. So the worst thing that can possibly happen to Christians is the second coming. It's terrible.
Or Mel might have said second coming, but you could interpret it a different way, which would be equally as blasphemous, to say the worst thing that could happen to a Christian is to participate in Jesus's death, i.e., die to self, which is central to Christian belief, right? When Jesus is crucified, we share the crucifixion with Jesus, and that's part of the blessing, right? Because our sin is destroyed along with him. But that's the greatest calamity, right? Having our sin nailed to the cross and participating in the crucifixion. I don't think that Mel understands what he's claiming.
Well, Mel's claiming that this is about the second coming of Christ.
I know, but that doesn't help you any. That's even more obvious, right? If I say that Jesus' death is a calamity, it might not be obvious why that is offensive.
Well, no, it's not about his death.
His second coming.
Yeah. His second coming is a calamity. Yep. That's what's being said.
That's even more.
It's an affliction.
Obviously offensive. He shouldn't miss this, right?
Yeah. Someone else who also knows Arabic is like, it means disaster. Yeah, the disaster for Christians is the second coming. Now, where is this actually from? Well, guess what? This provides external validation of this particular hadith, because this is from 691. No one disputes this. Here is what Muhammad said. Oh, people, whoever at funerals, whoever among the believers, this is when Abu Bakr is leading the prayers because Muhammad's sick and he's about to die. Whoever is stricken with a calamity, meaning bereavement in this case, if you're stricken with a disaster, like the loss of other people, let him console himself with the loss of me, for no one among my nation will be stricken with any calamity, any disaster that's worse than my loss. So I'm about to die. My death is the worst thing that will ever happen to you poor people. So if anything else terrible happens to you, then console yourself with the fact that, well, we've already lost Muhammad, and this is not as bad as when Muhammad died.
And that makes sense. That's exactly what the gravestone is doing.
That's a good
I also don't understand, like, okay, it's mind-blowing how Mel could think this makes sense, basically. So I'm trying to be as generous as possible here, right? So someone's writing on their tombstone, in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Will be so terrible when Jesus' second coming comes.
Yep.
This is my tombstone. What?
Right. Right. Well, he's saying that it's actually, it's happy. It's looking forward to it. It calls it a calamity. It calls it a disaster, but it means the happy coming of the end of the world. And so this is looking forward to the resurrection. There's nothing in there that does that. Nothing at all that does that.
Well, I mean, if it's happiness, then why can't it be Muhammad? I mean, really, this is just like, it goes in circles and circles and circles until you can find something that you think can make it plausible.
Yeah, and this is so pathetic. And the funny thing is, it not only undermines, like, it's just so ridiculous. It's not plausible. It's absurd. And furthermore, it supports the historicity of this hadith.
It at least supports the existence of that hadith before.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't, it isn't written down in a form that we have it now till Sunnah ibn Majah.
Right. Okay. So people
know it in 691.
It definitely supports the historicity.
Yeah.
I was just trying to say it doesn't necessarily prove that Muhammad said the words,
but
it does provide support. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I just got to go through this again. So what Mel is saying is, in the name of God, the merciful, the disaster of Jesus' second coming is wonderful. Here's my tombstone. Yes.
Yes, because it is looking forward to the resurrection by saying that the disaster, the greatest disaster that will ever befall the people of peace is the disaster that will come with Jesus. Here's my tombstone.
Right. So definitely you could write on your tombstone something about the second coming,
right,
to give comfort, right, because this isn't the end, etc. But you wouldn't say the disaster of the second coming as comfort for the fact that you're dead to your loved ones.
Dang it. I think that here it is. I stuck something in the wrong order. Here it is. So then he goes on using free association in English to make up his meanings. So the word in Arabic is musiba, calamity, affliction, misfortune, disaster attached to bereavement and funerals and things like that. And again, remember, this is in the chapter on funerals. You're supposed to keep this in mind when a funeral comes, when somebody dies. Keep this in mind that the worst thing that ever happened was Muhammad dying, right?
Yeah.
And instead, he runs
off. Whether we agree or not, it makes perfect sense.
Right. He runs off to Surah Al-Qari'ah, which is translated into English as calamity. and says that they're the same thing because in English, qad'iyah is sometimes translated as calamity and refers to
But let
the
me
end
guess.
times
The
and
Arabic
the end of the
isn't
world.
this. It's a different word.
It is a totally different word, not associated at all. He's doing free association in English because a man doesn't know
Well,
any other
no,
language.
I mean,
and thinks that this is
and actually, it's kind of in Arabic, right? So it
Well,
goes
it's
multiple
not-
ways. It goes from
yeah.
Arabic to English, back to Arabic, back to English.
Yep. Jumping back and forth, Arabic, English. So the actual
Because that's
root-
totally how I determine what words mean is translate them 5 times.
Yep.
Not so popular anymore because translation technology has gotten better and people moved on from the trend. But for a while there was those trends where people would just take a perfectly ordinary thing, song lyrics or whatever, translate it to one language, translate it to another, translate it, and get back eventually to English and get completely another nonsense. And that's essentially what Mel's doing.
So what Mel is doing here, he is taking a word about a disaster, meaning disaster, musiba, from a tombstone, and claiming that it has to do with the day of resurrection, because a completely different word is sometimes also translated to calamity in English, and so makes them equivalent.
Right.
No, this is the day of resurrection or judgment. But
so translation from Arabic,
meaning,
and
translate
from Arabic to English, and then without any context, translate that English word back to Arabic and get a different Arabic word, and then take that Arabic word and translate it back to English and get a different English meaning.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And this is so pathetic. It's so pathetic and irresponsible. So the meaning of qad'iyah, it's one of those words that Muhammad made up, because you have one of the lines, and what can I make you understand what qad'iyah is? It is the day on which blah, 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 blah. So anytime Muhammad's making stuff up or borrowing something really obscure that nobody's ever heard, people ask him, Muhammad, we don't know what that is. And so then he has a revelation to tell everybody what this word is, right? But the root is actually one about drawing lots or throwing lots, like throwing sticks together. Like if you threw the arrows, the divining arrows,
for meaning context, rolling dice, right? And not that it's literally rolling dice, but for meaning context,
I'm rolling
rolling dice, a game of chance.
Yes,
yeah,
it is a game of chance sort of thing. But I'm saying that throwing arrows on purpose because they would smack together and make a noise when they fell and you threw them. And so I think that that's the reason why you get striking hour, and you also get heavy blows. And sometimes it's called
the arrows you're casting, they strike into each other, right?
The day of clamor, or the clattering, like noise and stuff. And so I think that that's why those connections are made. But the idea of and stunning calamity, that stunning is the smacking, the striking, the hitting that the exegetes see in it. And notice it's also called the striking. That is an alternative translation into English of al-qad'iyah, is the striking rather than the calamity, because it doesn't mean calamity, affliction, misfortune, disaster. It's not the same thing as the other one. It's a different word that Muhammad's making up meanings to, that is one of his names for the day of judgment, not for the second coming of Christ, for the day of judgment, because it will be terrible and brutal for almost everyone. And so he's here like, yeah, it's about how horrible the day of judgment's going to be and how terrible it will be, the striking hour, the stunning calamity, and people are looking forward to Jesus bringing evil, like this calamitous, horrible, striking thing. Again, free association, completely illegitimate, absolutely wildly irresponsible. No intelligent person would ever do this. Even if you didn't know another language, you would know better than this. If you had 1 ounce of restraint or ability to comprehend. So, yeah, that's how he gets this. He's like, oh, this whole horrible, disastrous thing actually means the second coming of Christ, because this other word is associated with the day of judgment. Yeah, very nice. So Juan Cole, talking about this, points out that this is not the only time a wife of Muhammad is mentioned in an early inscription. He pointed out that Al-Makthawi has also published a photograph of an inscription in the vicinity of Medina. Ooh, a very early one in the vicinity of what? Medina, that seems to be the first to mention Muhammad's wife, Aisha. It seems to date from the 1st century of the Muslim era. It's probably back from the late 600s AD. In fact, its diction is such that it may even date from a time when Aisha was still alive. She is said to have died in 674. And it says, "O Allah, forgive Atta ibn Qais and Aisha, the spouse of the Prophet." So Aisha here being mentioned with the person who's writing this, who is Atta ibn Qais, you would think that she would be alive just from the format here, praying for forgiveness for Aisha in the same sentence as the person writing this, on the way to things, likely alive. So now we have the prophet, who's supposed to be Jesus, who is married to Aisha, apparently. He also, let's see. Then he just babbles on about why we shouldn't believe in this inscription. Well, inscriptions that are inconvenient get destroyed. Okay, which one? Which one got destroyed? Inscriptions get added to, as we saw from the inscription. That's the Zuhayr inscription, is what he's trying to say there, but he couldn't come up with the word, except we didn't see that. He didn't even understand what Kerr was saying. Things get squashed in the corner and things like that.
And things like that, huh?
And things like that.
And
things get squashed in the corner. We should believe that this is an authentic inscription because, things get squashed in a corner and things like this, things like that. This is stunning logic from Mel, very well articulated. This is why we should throw it out and not consider it. So here's the other one. I didn't mean to shove that in here. So when Mel came and presented this on
hold on, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Before we need to pause here for a second.
Yeah.
So his evidence that inscriptions that he doesn't like are forged is that inconvenient inscriptions should have been destroyed. Yeah. I assume the truth of my conspiracy theory in order to prove my conspiracy theory.
Yep.
In other words, because we know that, they were scouring the desert, because remember, this is just a rock in the middle of nowhere that no one even knew existed until 2003. They were scouring the desert everywhere, looking for any evidence that would contradict their new conspiracy, and then they destroyed it. So the fact that it still exists means that what didn't exist at that time.
And
that seriously is the argument.
Mel
Seriously?
has never said, just cargo crew. Mel has never said an intelligent syllable concerning the Dome of the Rock. Not a syllable that is intelligent. He has made no points about the Dome of the Rock. He has exposed no inconsistencies. He has said things like, let's find his excellent arguments. Inscriptions that are inconvenient get destroyed. Inscriptions get added to, as we saw with the inscription. Things get squashed in the corner and things like that. That is the level of Mel's arguments. I have some feelings. I'm going to say some words. You need to take them seriously because my
don't worry, Mary. Once we address the dome, which we will at some point, I don't know when. We don't have any precise plans, but I'm sure it will come up at some point. Then Cargo Crew will tell us that it's a meaningless, boring thing that we shouldn't have spent all that time covering, because that was his. After finally realizing that we were correct, right? Spending the first half telling us we were morons, spending the second half trying to find new ways to deny, eventually told us, yeah, we're correct. That's a legitimate inscription. Now it's meaningless. It doesn't prove
Yep.
anything. That's what will happen.
Yep.
I'm going to be a prophet right now. When we cover the Dome of the Rock, he'll go from this is the most important thing that you're ignoring because you can't address it, blah, blah, blah. He spent the last 2 weeks harassing me about how I wouldn't address Mel's proof that this stupid inscription was fake. Now it's a meaningless inscription that doesn't do anything, that no one cares about. That's what's going to happen with the Dome of the Rock. He's going to see that Mel was wrong about everything, and they'll say, well, that's like 1% of our evidence. Where's your evidence? We still win. No more for the win.
Yep. And again, Mel is no better on anything than he is on this. Mel did not even understand what Kerr said. He got misled by Kerr's pomposity and posturing into being deceived into the things that Kerr was trying to trick people into, and didn't even notice Kerr's admission or threw it out that it's ancient. And
I thought it was ridiculous. He thought it was ridiculous that someone could have photoshopped it. He didn't, as far as I know, he didn't look at the image. He just thought it was a ridiculous accusation that someone photoshopped the image. If you go to the image, it's obvious that someone did. I don't think it was fraud. I think that they were just not very competent and thought they were being helpful by removing the distraction of that other inscription that's unrelated. Even if it was modern, it wouldn't help prove the other one that's unrelated in any way is a fraud.
And by the way, keep in mind that this is evidence of Umar being the caliph, dying approximately when the narratives say that he died. That coin with that dude's name on it is evidence of that dude's history and rebellion. All of these things are evidence for the sin, as you call it, if you mean that being that Muhammad was a real false prophet. All of this is evidence that Muhammad was a real false prophet.
Like literally, okay, I'm going to say this again because it needs to be said. It needs to be said every time, multiple times. No one is claiming that every word Muslims utter from their mouths is actual historical fact, right? No one is claiming that Muhammad had a legitimate encounter with an angel of God and received the word for word direct recitation of God's speech. You don't go from, well, that's false, to Muhammad never existed and it was a giant conspiracy invented years later, blah, 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 blah. There are an almost infinite number of possibilities in between those two things. And I am sick and tired of you no-mo freaks coming in and saying we're Muslims, not cargo crew, but others, saying we're Muslims because we say that Muhammad was a real false prophet instead of a conspiracy theory.
Yep. We actually have a very, very strong position. And you guys making up things and looking like fools, insulting us because we're unwilling to look like fools too with you? No. Stop it. Mel, you stop it. This is pathetic. Just stop. Mel is once again going to pathetically use, he went to Iqbal Lindstadt's paper. Iqbal Lindstat documents this new inscription. This is classic Kufic. Do you see how long and stretched out everything is and how like rectangular?
I mean, not really. It's a small little image, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, it's really long and stretched out in places, which is kind of a classic Kufic thing, and kind of blocky and angular. And he gave the translation of this. Mel won't take his translation. Instead, he uses his AI translation because Mel thinks that's better. And this one's funny because on Al-Fadi's channel, Al-Fadi just tells him, you have the translation wrong. He does it really nicely. He's like, that's not what it says. And then gives the translation of who? Of Ilka Lindstadt, the person who gives the translation. So he agrees. Al-Fadi's looking at the Arabic and is like, why are you translating it this way? That's not what it says. And again, he's very, very gentle, but he retranslated it correctly. And the Arabic speakers whenever I posted that Mel had said this, he's like, where is Mel doing this? And I'm like, oh, it's on Seer. And they're like, no. And so they're watching it. And they just like, we're just like, why is he saying that this is a translation? Why is he making this nonsense up? That's not what it says. Why is he claiming that this is coming from Ilka Lindstedt whenever he's not giving his translation? He gives the right translation, and they looked up the translation. And they're like, his translation is correct. Why is Mel wrong?
Imagine this, okay? Right? He's going on Al-Fadi. Al-Fadi was born in Saudi Arabia, grew up reading and speaking Arabic, is as fluent as you could possibly be in Arabic. Mel goes on his show and tells him, here's what it really means based on an AI machine translation of an image, not even of the letter. Remember, if you're using Google Lens, you're actually doing it on an image. It might not even get the letters right.
Yeah.
Because it has to figure out what the letters are.
And
I'm not saying it did or
it.
didn't.
Yeah, he's not doing it from the inscription. He's doing it from the transcription. So he's doing it from the Arabic down here.
Okay, so he is doing it from actual words. In the case of the other one, it was from the image. So I assume
he's doing it from the image of the words, I believe, because I think that he doesn't have it in a format where you can copy paste. I think it's just an image.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, not the image of the rock, but the image
of the word.
Point's the same. It might not even get all the letters right. Correct. I mean, it probably will get the letters right, but it might not. It doesn't. It's not 100% perfect. It's like 99.5 or something % perfect. It might even get the letters wrong. And he's going on Al-Fadi's channel to tell Al-Fadi what the Arabic means.
Yep.
What is the level of arrogance to do this?
And Al-Fadi's like, no, that's not what it says. What it says is, and he gives the exact translation that Ilka did, and then he was like, Mel's like, oh well, maybe you got too brave here or something like that. Maybe we should roll that back. No, Mel, you should shut up and sit down because you're giving false translations based on your own arrogance. You think that this guy is a scholar, and then you don't trust his translation and go to Google. Like, what kind of sense does this make? So anyway, what it actually says is, it's a whole Bismillah. O Allah, extol Muhammad among the first of the people, and bless him among the last. So extol, like raise him up among the first, bless him among the last. What he said, consider it true, and whom he has interceded for, accept the intercession. Once
I will take some super chats while Mary's away, but I was busy typing a comment. So Nissan Attic said, really, OCR is a thing. I'll answer verbally instead of typing it. You can zoom in on the transcription to make sure I got the squiggles right. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can go through that effort, but Mel just hold up his phone to the image. I'm guessing, right? But I bet you he just held up his phone in the Google Lens immediate translator and just went with what he saw, which is 2 steps removed from doing a responsible translation. And this is his general methodology, right? It's just do whatever is easiest or fastest or gives you the most interesting results, right? If doing that didn't give him some weird translation that he could try to make a speculative idea out of, he would just form the speculative idea some other way, right? It just aids him in that by it not being completely accurate. So let me take a couple super chats from Rick Newton. Islamic proof, anything that proves personal belief, truth not required, based off feelings, who needs the Quran or Hadith, self-inflicted deception. Very true. And unfortunately, I mean, I don't want to be like the nomos who are constantly calling me and Mary Muslims, but unfortunately the methodology they use is exactly the same. It is based on feelings, based on what you want to be true. Who needs the Quran and Hadith when you can just make up speculation about a coin, right?
Yep.
I mean, think about this. You got probably millions of words of text between Islamic sources and non-Islamic sources, and they just throw all that out because of their interpretation of one word on one coin.
Yep. which we have an authoritative historical interpretation of from people of that time in that place. But their
I know.
feelings
But
are
that
more
you
important.
can't trust those historical documents, Mary. They're historical documents. We got to look at the coins and then just speculate out of nowhere, because we're not allowed to look at documents to find out what people actually did, to speculate out of nowhere that the reason people created coins was to announce their religious beliefs to the community of which they are king.
Yep. And yeah. So
Let me take
Well-
one more
go ahead.
from Pants Schmantz. Excuse me, Caliph. A Muslim neighbor broke in and stole my sandals and my table. Can I count it towards my jizya? Great. Give me a receipt.
Yeah, basically what would happen is that the local emir would go someplace and grab a bunch of livestock from people and eat it, and then give them a receipt. That's what was happening. So yeah, that's exactly.
I like
what
this
happened.
scenario though. I was robbed. Can it count as jizya? Sure, why not?
Yep. Yep. So, all right. So it says, extol Muhammad among the first and bless him among the last. So from the beginning to the end, God give nice things to Muhammad. From the first people in line to the last people in line, basically, is what it's saying. Allah, what he has said, what Muhammad has said, consider it true what Muhammad has said, and whom Muhammad has interceded for, accept the intercession. So Muhammad's going to intercede for people and pray for them, accept their intercession. God, consider it true, God, whatever Muhammad said. Could you possibly say this about Jesus? Oh, Father, what Christ has said, consider it true. That would be blasphemous against Christ. And whom Christ has interceded for,
Someone be in
God,
that ballpark.
please accept the intercession. That would be blasphemous.
I
It's not
mean,
blasphemous.
formally, yeah. So I mean, I think informally someone could probably say that, and it wouldn't, and they weren't intended to be blasphemous.
It would be pretty darn blasphemous, because it's saying that the Father.
No,
has to
I understand,
consider it true.
Mary. I understand the implication. I'm just saying that someone could potentially say it while being a Christian and not realize what they're saying.
But it's
But
this is not a
I
divine
mean, this is
figure.
yeah.
So anyway,
And I mean, regardless of someone could theoretically say that, especially in informal conversation, whatever. This is a rock inscription that presumably was thought out, right? It looks very nice. It looks like it's very carefully done.
Oh yeah, it's a very pretty one.
They thought this out. They didn't just like at spur of the moment write some random words.
Yep. Then it says, Umar, son of al-Nadid, wrote this. May Allah forgive him, his parents, and their offspring, and the male and female believers. And again, notice male and female believers again, not Muslims. It's not Islamic. It doesn't have the word Muslim. Male and female believers.
Nothing Islamic about it.
Yeah. Both the
It only has the word
living
Muhammad.
among them
Nothing Islamic.
and the lifeless and the dead, and the dead. And may he reconcile those who give in return to them. So those who are giving to the believers, the good things. So if you give good things to the believers, let those people benefit. Ameen, the Lord of the sentient beings. So this is where he gets massively called out. So he then just calls it Muhammad, underlines, he first of all calls it a Greek and Arabic bilingual papyri. The papyrus is a singular male. It's not a
Forget
papyri.
that. I mean,
Gives us Muhammad for Muhammad. So you're going to change the word with an H in it, and you're going to take it out? Because in Greek, there's no H? Are you a moron? This is an Arabic inscription.
that's written in
Arabic has an H, but you're going to take it out because of feelings.
Can you clarify? Is the same inscription written in Greek, like down below?
No, it's just
So why is he calling it Greek and Arabic bilingual papyri?
Well, he's saying that there is there is a papyrus, since he doesn't know that papyrus is singular of papyri.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is
sorry,
a papyrus.
I
that
just read
has
what you wrote there.
Muhammad for Muhammad, which again shows that Muhammad and
So
is under, and this is like justifying him and writing Muhammad with a D over here, even though this has both an H and a D here, but he's just
Yeah,
taking
I
out
mean,
the
that-
H because
that's
this other thing
MHMD,
exists.
right?
What?
So,
On
that's
a different continent.
MHMD. Yeah.
What?
What's underlined is MHMD.
Yes.
And he just says that he's going to translate it as Muhammad,
Mhm.
because a Greek manuscript that isn't this, right?
Correct.
I thought at least it was
No.
had the same thing written in Greek, and in Greek
No.
it doesn't have an H because there is no Greek. But he's just
On a
saying
different
in
continent.
general, Greek doesn't put an H in it, so I can just ignore the H anytime I see it in Arabic.
Yeah. So he's
What?
just translating it wrong.
What?
Anyway, he says extol and then that will make it be Jesus somehow. Oh God, extol Muhammad among the first and bless him among the last. And then he goes, oh, this is about connecting Jesus to the first and the last. And Al-Fadi goes, no, that's not what it's about. It's about he's going to be extolled among the first people and he'll be blessed among the last people. Like what are you talking about? And Al-Fadi's
Like it has nothing to do with Alpha and Omega, is what you're saying.
right. Al-Fadi's like, that has nothing to do with Alpha and Omega. Calls him out on it. And what he has said, consider it true, and who he has interceded for, accept the intercession. And then he goes, oh, Jesus is our intercessor. And so he is the one who is interceding for us. He's like, and Al-Fadi's just like, no, that's not what it's saying here either. He's not saying that he is making intercession in the way that Christ does, but that he has interceded for, as the Islamic sources say, that Muhammad will be the only prophet who intercedes for anyone by asking Allah to forgive their sins, not interceding for them such that it causes, not a causative, but a requesting way. So, like, he got shot down on this one. And then he goes on. And
So
then
I just want to emphasize something
Yeah.
here. Okay. Right. So he's on Al-Fadi's channel.
Mhm.
Again, trying to tell Al-Fadi what Arabic means. Al-Fadi tells him he's wrong. And then Mel's like, well, maybe I have to walk this one back a little bit. Right?
yes,
But
yes,
of course, this is his whole methodology, right? This is his whole
Yes.
methodology. And Al-Fadi is not the kind of person that points out mistakes.
no, Al-Fadi is so like,
That's
he
how
will say-
egregious this is, right?
Yes.
Like he'll
It's-
generally let people get away with minor errors. That's how bad this is coming across to him when he's seeing the Arabic and seeing what Mel is claiming about the Arabic. He's like, I gotta say something.
And,
you got this one
Al-Fadi
wrong.
like says, well, I'd have to see the rock itself, but if this is the Arabic, that's what the Arabic means. Which Arabic is Mel using? This Arabic here. Mel is using this Arabic here to make these false claims. Now, this is where it gets really ridiculous. And where Al-Fadi just shuts him down, where he's like, so may Allah forgive him, his parents, and their offspring, and the male and female believers, both the living among them and the dead. And Mel, translate this as, may he resurrect among them the lifeless. And Al-Fadi's just like, no, that's not what it means. And he gives, without saying this, he gives the correct translation because that's what it actually means. And
So you're saying Al-Fadi
Samawi
knows
also
Arabic?
was just like Samawi had done the same thing, right? Samawi had done the same thing. Like, where is he getting this nonsense from? And look this up. He's like, no, this guy translated correctly. Why is Mel mistranslating it when he had the correct translation? Why is he, my word, lying about the translation? Because he is still attributing this to Ilka Lindstadt.
If he isn't specifying it's his own translation, then yes, he is lying about it. Trying to take the authority of the person who actually knows Arabic and, actually knows ancient Arabic, I imagine, and thus is very capable of translating it, taking his authority and saying this is what it says, when he's ignoring that he provides a translation is, I would have to say, lying. Yes.
So, and notice it says both the living among them and the lifeless. And he's trying to make it, living has to do with becoming alive. So resurrect them, make them alive. May he make them alive. May Allah make them alive. So this is about the resurrection and somehow about Jesus, which he doesn't even need to lie about this to claim that somehow this is Jesus is God. It doesn't actually even get him there, but he's just so in need of trying. And he does these weird things where he comes up with vaguely similar ideas in vaguely similar ideas in the Bible, and like, here's a verse that kind of sort of is about this,
right. So you have a similar idea, and then the lectionary, interpreted it a particular way,
and that's what he's doing.
And then the inscription remembered the lectionary but interpreted it further, and then that's how you get to where you are. Great.
May he join
literally anything.
Join back together those who have slipped away from them in good things, which, they just making up his own translation. Anyway, it's just a disaster. And this is what he does over and over again. There's another Zuhayr who we have no reason
like
to think.
you said, common name.
Yep. It's a common name. We have no pressing reason to believe this is Zuhayr. Here, I, Zuhayr, believe in Allah and wrote during the time when Uthman, well, it doesn't say Uthman, it just says Ibn Affan became the caliph in the year 420. So, might be the same dude, might not. There's a diacritical mark there, so maybe it was the same dude. Because this
very unlikely. I would say very unlikely. Although, it is possible.
Just to be clear, he was on his way to Medina when he wrote the first thing. He reaches Medina. He's close to Mecca now. And in Medina, he would have found out that the new caliph was Uthman. And so he might have felt the need to write that afterwards. So it totally could be the same person because of the path that it's on. He's up in Hijra, finds out somewhere around then that Umar was dead, decides that this is something that he needs to add to his dhikr, and carves it. He passes through Medina, finds out who the new caliph is, decides that that's worth recording too. It's
possible. I definitely don't want to suggest that it's likely, but sure, it's possible. But this inscription is actually very interesting.
It was done on the same year, on the same road, and it has.
It doesn't matter. It's purely speculative, and it doesn't matter one way or another, right? Each inscription stands on its own. So we'll just leave the question whether it's the same hand aside there. But I find this inscription very interesting because if a forger was going to do this, right, a later forger, I don't think they would write Ibn Affan, right? They'd write Uthman or maybe Uthman ibn Affan, but they wouldn't write Ibn Affan because he didn't become known that way. Some people did become known that way, right? Some people did become known as son of whoever, but Uthman did not. And thus, a person with later knowledge, even 200 years later knowledge, wouldn't write this way. It's highly suggestive that it was written at the time.
And by the way, and I had listened to it too, but was not tuned in that much. But Samawi said that Mel was foisting this off onto Ilka's translation. Like he was foisting it off, and it was not his translation at all. The guy, he translated correctly, and Mel translated falsely and attributed.
Watt said that he believes you, or that he trusts your translation, which is fine, but you don't even have to, because
don't trust my translation. Check it. Please check it.
Because it's just the translation of the expert who analyzed the rock, as opposed to some guy who used Google Lens. You don't even have to trust Mary. Just trust the expert, or look at it. I believe you know Arabic, Wad. So you look at it yourself, right?
Yep. Well, these little ones are really hard. Really
Well, maybe
hard
not
to
right
read.
now.
But
Maybe not this
anyway,
exact second. But anyway, it's not Mary's translation. She's not making her own new, fresh
No.
translation. When she does, she tells you. She doesn't attribute
Yes.
it to someone else.
I tell you. So, like, whenever I said that, since people keep saying that this is passive, if this is this is passive, this would be how you would have to read it if this is passive. But if it's not, if it's active, then this is how you read it. But I'm just giving you these two options without saying which one it is. If it's this way, it's this way. If it's that way, it's that way. I'm not telling you that you must read it one way or the other. It has the same meaning. So I don't really care, but I was just giving you the options. Anyway, near Medina, there's another one. It mentions the murder of the commander of the believers without specification, so likely Umar. So why would it be Umar? Because if it's the second commander of the believers who's murdered, you'd have to say which one. But if it's the only one you've ever had who's murdered, and again, near Medina, where is it? It's the appropriate historical location and the appropriate type of the appropriate script style. It's everything about it is correct for it being authentic. And it says, Al-Harith ibn Bawli wrote this kitab writing. It's just a writing, right? And they're giving it as inscription, but whatever. At the time of the murder of the commander of the believers. This one doesn't have a date, but this would show that a dude named the commander of the believers, who was so unique that he would think that everybody else would know who that is, he was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And he felt like it was important to mark about. So here from the same list, I'm just grabbing a few others. There are just like 4 more slides left really quickly. So here's some more things that are showing up. Recently, inscriptions in Tabuk and the Taif regions, Taif is near Mecca, were discovered, which begin with the pre-Islamic basmala formula, in your name, O Allah, and in your name, our Lord. Now, I would specify that in your name, O Allah, could absolutely be Muhammad introduced the Lord formula, and the pagans didn't refer to their God as Lord. In fact, I would say that the Lord ones were first early Islamic inscriptions. And we have Hanzala ibn Abd Amr, good names to have, and Abdullah ibn Sufyan, really good name to have, to indicate this early sect that called to al-Rab preferentially, and later on conflated him with Allah, in which case they were beginning to use Allah terms. Now, Abd Shams shows that this guy's name had not been changed by Muhammad. If he is a Muslim, his name hasn't been changed by Muhammad. If he isn't a pagan going, haha, it's your name, Muhammad, or Allah, not Al-Arabs, or something like that. You know, it could actually be a dual too. But that in your name, our Lord, is super, super suggestive of very early Islamic writing, like before 619 early. And again, supports my theory about Muhammad's development of his God. This one has mentioned Zayd ibn Thabit. Oh Allah, forgive Zayd ibn Thabit and those who read this kitab and said, Ameen. So again, if you say Ameen, the angels say it with you and it reinforces it. Ameen, Lord of the sentient beings, Lord of Moses and Aaron. So here's Zayd ibn Thabit, who is almost certainly the person making this inscription. And look how neat it is in comparison to a lot of other things. He was a scribe. Very suggestive that this might actually be an autograph of a scribe of Muhammad. It is possible that somebody else wrote it on his behalf, because that happens. But usually they mention themselves in it somewhere as well, because that's what they do. They're like, oh, everyone forgive this person and me too. because the reason you're making these inscriptions usually has something to do with your own self-interest, just bluntly. But this
Well,
very,
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's not like these inscriptions are super easy to do.
yeah. There's another one, an early Islamic inscription dated to 107 AH, was surveyed in 1999. It affirms a monotheistic belief in one Allah, the God of the Muslims, Allah, and again, and rejects the worship of the pre-Islamic gods, specifically Wad and Hubal. What does this confirm about or provide evidence for? Not fully confirm. It provides evidence for my theory of Wad, Hubal, Allah progression. Those specific deities in Mecca, people are still remembering that their God was called Hubal until very recently, and before that was called Wad. They're remembering that. Those specific deities, not everyone else. So may Allah be pleased with my name. I do not associate anyone with Allah, nor do I obey the gods of Wad and Hubal. I believe in the God of the Muslims, Allah. I wrote this in year 107. Very interesting stuff. And a final one. So I am Khalid, the Maula. Maula is the freedman or client. Of Abiyat bint Hassan, ibn Usama ibn Zaid. So Usama ibn Zaid is who? The son of Zaid ibn Haritha. And then it goes ibn something Rasul, Allah, and oh dang. And then he's asking for Allah to give him paradise. But I'm not sure why Rasulullah is right here. I don't know why it's Ibn something Rasulullah. I'm not sure what that is there for.
They put the little stars around it, like
there's a missing letter, but son of somebody, but
son of someone, right? And then comma, so to speak.
And then there's something Rasulullah, something missing.
Right?
Anyway, it's saying that this is
it might not be a missing letter. It might be actually like multiple words that are missing potentially.
Yeah. Oh, that makes way more sense. Yeah, you're probably right. So he's saying that my name's Khalid. I'm the client of this woman who is the great-granddaughter of Zayd, who was the slave of this part isn't there. Who was a slave of Muhammad, right? So this is Zayd ibn Haritha, who was Muhammad's slave, being written here just in passing, because it's a freedman of someone descended from him who's asking Allah for paradise. And this little image here to the right is just to show that Usama ibn Zayd was a person who was beloved of Allah as apostle. But he's well known in the sources. I don't know why you'd pick this particular one, but I think they picked it at random. So again, you have folks who think that they're the great grandkids of very important people and the grandkids of quite important people, because Usama was also an early general. He was a general in the 620s, and people are saying that, yeah, I'm his granddaughter. Nope, he didn't exist. So again, this is not a tenable position. This is not defensible. It's not tenable. And I hope that everyone has seen how poorly he treats this. Cargo crew. Speaking to you.
I got some stuff to say to Cargo Crew in
Okay.
a second. But first from Houston, please click like to help offset the 6 nomos who are watching the stream. It's interesting, right? It is interesting. When I stream on, say, Muhammad being a false prophet, we definitely get some triggered Muslims, but we get more triggered people, more dislikes from simply stating the obvious fact that Muhammad existed and or that the supporters of Nomory are making stuff up. People just come in and they just hate that stuff. It is very interesting. So if you do enjoy these and do appreciate it, I would appreciate a like. So Mary, let me ask you a question about Cargo Crew. He's been in nearly every single one of these streams, possibly every single one of these Nomo streams. And he's been making one particular claim, one particular request, time and time and time again, every single time we stream on any subject. What is that request?
He wants me to deal with the Zuhayr inscription because it totally proves Nomory, that Muhammad mythicism, it is the proof of Muhammad mythicism. It is a smoking gun. Mel has proven this. But I showed that Mel not only didn't prove it, he embarrassed himself because he didn't even, he got deceived by Kerr's nonsense and didn't pay attention to Kerr's conclusions, where Kerr knocked the wind out of his own position and admitted that it was nonsense. And now Cargo Crew's like, oh, it's unimpressive. No, this inscription proves Umar. It proves
Well,
Umar.
Mel hadn't come out with that video yet when we started, but same idea, but more generally, he's saying, where is the physical evidence, right? Where are the inscriptions? I want to see rock inscriptions. He's literally said that. I want to see rock inscriptions multiple times. Well, today we debunked, he admitted, we thoroughly debunked Mel's claim about the Zuhayr inscription and showed him a bunch of other inscriptions. And now what he's saying, bloody, we used to scribble on the beach like that. Now, just because some gay dude wrote something in a rock, I have to believe the sin. It's heartbreaking. What have I been saying to Cargo Crew every time he asks for inscriptions? Have I been saying, yeah, I agree. We don't have any, and that's really important.
No.
Or have I been saying something?
Hey.
What have I been saying about the meaning of inscriptions?
Well, that
The
they are
importance of
textual and that you have to know when they are, where they are, and that they are good evidence.
Yeah, sorry.
What else?
The importance of inscriptions. I misphrased. What have I said about the relative importance of inscriptions compared to what we were?
That they're one of the most important things.
No.
In the hierarchy. Sorry.
You're not getting what I'm putting down here.
I'm not tracking.
So that's fine. I will just say it. So what I've said is numerous times, history is done primarily about documents. You only get tiny little fragments of information from physical artifacts, including inscriptions. They can verify information found in the documents, but you're not going to get history out of these tiny little inscriptions. Cargo Crew finally sees these tiny little inscriptions. And he's like, say, big deal. People write tiny little inscriptions all the time. He was telling me these didn't exist. He was quite convinced they didn't exist. Now that he's been shown them, he's agreeing that they don't provide much evidence one way or another, that they can only be used as supportive evidence. He's completely and totally changed his position. Why? Because the inscriptions back the existence of Muhammad. I asked him in the chat if there is any evidence whatsoever that he would actually ever consider, and he didn't answer the question. I wonder why. I wonder why, after months of telling me, you got to look at the inscriptions. There aren't any. This proves that Muhammad never existed. Now, suddenly we look at inscriptions. We see lots of inscriptions, variety of inscriptions. Oh, they're just tiny little insignificant nothings.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Your inscriptions are going to be telegraphic. They're going to be extremely brief. They're going to be whatever that particular person felt was important. Sometimes you get like war monuments that survive that make particular claims for that particular king with his particular interests and stuff, but you will not have an exhaustive history in any inscription. They're all going to be short. They're all going to be telegraphic. They're all going to be very condensed. They are top quality, but in this case, this is all you want for Umar in an inscription as far as what we could possibly expect might exist, this is it. This is incredible. The only better thing that we could ask for is someone running out and saying, I wrote this in the year that the prophet died. And well,
that would be highly suspect, right?
Yet, so it won't give an AH because they hadn't started the numbering system yet.
Yeah, there's literally nothing that we would expect to exist that doesn't exist. The evidence for Muhammad is as good as any figure in world history before the inventing of the printing press. I'm going to say that. Is it absolutely perfect? Is it as good as a post-printing press figure? Of course not. But it is way beyond what we get for an average figure of the time. And yet, these geniuses come in here and they tell us whatever we're talking about is an insignificant thing. What they need is a singular rock inscription that has the entirety of the Quran written on it with irrefutable proof it was written in an exact year, which can't be someone saying it was written in that year. We have to have some sort of scientific test, which literally doesn't exist, to tell us when the inscription was written, or else there's no evidence whatsoever, and that person never existed, and the Quran never existed.
So, and this is the quality of all of Mel's stuff. He is no better with anything else. I tried to talk to him a long time ago. He was clearly not a very good thinker, and I wanted to be as gracious as possible because he was off in his own corner doing his own thing. The amount of damage that he is wreaking with his false ridiculousness is so incredible right now that he needs to be called out. And so when he goes and makes nonsense like the super public, I got to do this. So now he's going to cry and cry about us spending 4 hours on me. Well, poor little me. Well, guess what? You've been deceived.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't even know that if he didn't watch the stream because his name's not in it, in the title or the description.
Oh, he's already commented and he deleted it, by the way. He already made a comment on this and he deleted it. He withdrew it.
Oh, I didn't see that. Like in the live chat, he made a comment.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, I felt better of that. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't.
Mel, I can't contact you, and you may not be watching anymore. If I'd known you were watching earlier, I would have said something earlier. I can't contact you. You've blocked me. I have not blocked you in any way. I would love to have a conversation with you, talk with you, whatever format you imagine that you would be comfortable with. I would love to have that. I can leave Big Scary Mary off. It can just be me. I can be super, super nice about it. Or you can continue to hide. It's up to you.
You can continue to hide and lie about watching things because that's the most pathetic part. That's where I lost all respect for you, is whenever you started lying about whether or not you watched your stuff. For heaven's sakes, you know what? I almost never watch your stuff. I pull the transcript if I want to do it. If I do watch it, it's at 2x speed.
I mean,
but I don't watch most of it because,
and I'm not claiming I've watched most of Mel's material. I certainly haven't. I mean, if I wanted to be completely, I wouldn't normally say this, but to be completely honest, I find it exceptionally boring.
Which is why I watch
the way he delivers material. And I know from experience, having watched enough of it, it's not credible. So why would I watch something that's both boring and not credible? I don't.
Yeah, I stopped watching him whenever he started speculating that Muhammad was from China because of the slanty eyes of the Persian drawings. That was
like years ago, I watched a substantial percentage, close to 100% of the videos he would put out. And even though I still found them boring at the time, I at least thought they had valuable information. When I realized they didn't have valuable information and they were boring, well, I mean, then there's no reason for me to watch, to be frank.
So again, everything that he says, it's just based on his feelings, and he wants people who have the same feelings of him to ride along with him. Inscriptions that are inconvenient get destroyed. Inscriptions get added to, as we saw with the inscription. Things get squashed in the corner and things like that. Like, what does that portion of the sentence mean? Things get squashed in the corner and things like that. So we shouldn't believe inscriptions, even though we're supposed to believe inscriptions. We can't believe in them because inconvenient ones get destroyed. Which ones? They get added to, except you did not possibly demonstrate that at all. You got very confused and declared that it was nonsense, that something that was clearly manipulated, and declared that it was made later on. Things get squashed in the corner and things like that. What does that sentence mean? Just like,
I don't know. I mean,
Awesome.
it's basically
Give
just
it
I have a
me.
license to discard whatever I want. Right?
Yes, it's like I am making noises to tell people why I don't need to consider this. This is, I mean, like his brain isn't even coming up with things, just words. Like, this isn't an argument. Things get squashed in a corner and things like that. It's just dismissive language, dismissive words, no argument.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically
ridiculous.
saying
It's
someone could have created a fraud, therefore I'm justified in saying it's a fraud.
Everybody's like, what is this squashed thing? But that's exactly it. What does it have to do with any inscription? What if things get squashed? Would words squashed in a corner like mean that we no longer have to listen to them? Like, and again,
yeah, I mean,
like
what that statement would mean is things get suppressed, hidden, but then he's using that as evidence to dismiss things that have recently come to light.
Right, things that have come to light. So I was thinking physically squashed because we were talking about inscriptions before.
Nah, I don't
but
think.
Again,
No. I think he meant that they get oppressed.
Figuratively,
They get
that's
hidden.
quite possible. It was just such a mess. But again, his reason that this rock inscription, Muhammad and his wives, was A, inauthentic, and B, also super late, was because
it happens
that the stone should have been a smoother, nicer stone, and good inscriptions that we should believe on are on smooth, nice stones, and this stone is rough, so we shouldn't believe it. Like, seriously.
So Houston says this ended up being the Muslim version of Zeitgeist. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it might be less credible. I don't know. Both have zero credibility, so it's hard to say which is worse. But it is essentially the same exact thing. Just taking a bunch of random stuff, creating all kinds of speculation, and then acting like you alone have the true story. All right, let's take some comments and super chats from throughout. Potato Sandwich says Jay Smith still believes that Abd al-Malik invented Muhammad, right? I mean, I don't know if he specifically says Malik does, but
yeah, he has.
In that ballpark anyway, for sure.
Yeah.
So that's a probably yes, or a mostly yes.
Before that, it's still Jesus, and I'm sure he's saying that, and I haven't listened to his recent stuff because it is like shoving a screwdriver into my brain repeatedly. It's so shameful. And
I doubt he's changed anything. I bet he's giving the exact same presentation he was giving before any of this went down.
He was so irreverent. He does not have, he isn't showing any integrity in this. He's just not. This is a position without integrity. And he knows it is, and he's saying it anyway, and that bothers me so much. He thinks other people are making stuff up, so if I think that somebody else said this, I can say it. No, you cannot say it with authority.
I know.
That is unacceptable. It's shameful.
Jay's behavior is shameful. I agree. I don't know his motives for sure, but I think the kindest motive I can attribute to the one is that Mary is attributing to him, where he says other people are making up nonsense about Christianity. So let's see what happens if we do the same thing about Islam.
Yep. I really think that's his main motive. I mean, he said it's his motive multiple times, that this is his motive.
Not directly, but yes. Cargo Crew says, well, Mary, there are many in Arabia who are nomos. So what? Right? Harmless, but the second half is why I highlighted this, right? Yeah, sure. There are people who live in Saudi Arabia who believe Muhammad never existed. It's a very attractive position emotionally. It's a very appealing position emotionally. You want to make a clean break from religion? You want to be totally rid yourself of Islam? Saying Muhammad didn't exist is a really good way of doing it. Same reason why a bunch of American or European atheists say that Jesus never existed. It's not based on evidence. It's based on the appeal of the position. And he says, harmless people who know in their hearts of hearts. Exactly. Know in your hearts of hearts that Muhammad didn't exist. It's all based on feeling.
On faith and feelings. It's not based on reality. It's not based on the facts. It's based on feelings, and that's an issue.
Exactly. So thank you. That question was very illustrative, and Cargo Crew has acknowledged that we were totally right about today. Hopefully this did something to move his position. We'll see. We'll see next time. Nissan Addict gifted 20 memberships. Thank you very much for that. I have been mostly inactive the last couple of weeks. Going to get back into things and try to do a member-only live stream in the near future. And Cargo Crew did give me a super chat as well. Thank you very much for that. I know that we're very harsh on you sometimes, but I don't know if you know why or not, but it's because we love you, right? Because we want you to have the truth, and we feel that we need to be blunt to get through to you. And I do appreciate that you tune in and you watch the videos. I do appreciate that you often acknowledge we're right by the end of the video. I just wish you'd stop running back to no-moism, saying, well, the thing that I said was really important isn't actually very important anymore because you've debunked it. But don't worry, we'll debunk every single one of the arguments eventually. Well, we'll get to them all. A bit of a downer here for us no-mos. Thaddeus and Mary seem to have debunked this claim quite easily. Mel and Mr. Kerr, could you please respond to this video? Thanks and best wishes.
Mel is just going to be butthurt. Oh, she spent 5 hours. Oh, if you took her 5 hours, that's what he's.
Yeah, I don't have time
to
watch 5 hours. I don't have time to respond to 5 hours. They're just trying to silence me by too many words. Something along those lines.
That's what he's going to say, because he is never.
If he responds at all, he'll probably ignore it. Right? Most likely, he'll think better and ignore it. But maybe he'll indirectly address it. We'll see. I mean, again, on the off chance Mel hears this, I'm going to make a very, very, very generous offer to Mel. Mel, I will allow you to come on my channel and present your rebuttal without any direct pushback from me on it. I will just take audience questions only. I couldn't be any more generous than that. Right? Give your opportunity to come on and push back against everything said today, defend yourself, whatever you feel, or admit that you're wrong, whatever you feel you need to do. Opportunity is there. And I promise I won't even push back myself. So offers out there. We'll see. And, anyone else, feel free to pass that on to Mel. I literally can't pass it on to him. He blocked my email and he blocked me on YouTube. So I literally
He's
can't.
Never replied to my email. I sent him an email and he has never even replied to it. So I don't know whether or not he's blocked, because I never sent him another one. He's blocked me on YouTube because he is a coward and he doesn't want any responsibility whatsoever for his words. He wants to deceive people.
I mean, the guy literally called me a Muslim on YouTube and then blocked me because I said, can you point me to where your source for, where so-and-so, I forget which one, but one of the claims about so-and-so calling Jesus Mahmed. I said, can you point me to your source? And I don't think he blocked me because of that. I think he blocked me because we went on David Wood and he just wanted to be done with it. But either way, he blocked me. That was the last thing I said to him. Right. So whatever. Bloody hell, this Zuhayr isn't the brightest tool in the shed, huh?
No, there's nothing wrong with him. Zuhayr wrote what he experienced. Well, I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, the inscription's
this poor guy who wrote an inscription about things he experienced. He's heading toward Medina. He finds out that he might have already known. It's around the time that Umar died, so he makes an inscription about it because he thinks that it's worth the vicar, right?
Yeah. So he said this when he'd only seen the first Zuhayr inscription.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
And he also said it's the worst bloody inscription I've ever seen in my life. There's literally two worstly drawn inscriptions on that same rock. So what do you mean it's the worst inscription you've seen in your life. I think that this was just an emotional outburst, to be perfectly
Yeah.
honest. There's nothing wrong with the inscription. It's exactly what you would expect. Random dude, random thoughts. That's what you find in graffiti. And I've been trying to tell you this for months. And you're like, no, this is the proof that there was no Muhammad, that there's no worthless inscriptions
that it
about
was
random
altered.
people's thoughts about Muhammad.
This is proof.
And
that it was
then,
altered,
and
people are
then,
forging things.
right. And then it comes out, and then Mel came out with that video, and then Cargo Crew told me at least 4 or 5 times I needed to address that video because Mel had proven the conspiracy that to create evidence. And as Cargo Crew said, to his credit, we totally debunked that today.
But if it was important before, it is still important.
Yep.
The reason why he was trying to debunk it was because it is, in fact, super important. Super important. Okay? That's why he's trying to debunk it. Because it is all the evidence we could hope for when it comes to something about Umar.
I know.
We could not hope for better realistically. I could cook up something that would sound even better, but for what we could realistically expect, this is gold.
Well, let's put it this way. I obviously don't know about every king and off the top of my head whether there's inscriptions about them, but I bet you probably at least 80% of known kings of empires, like entire empires, and at this point the Muslims are kind of just a fledgling empire, don't have any rock inscriptions written about them, right? It's not like super duper common. This is, as Mary said, the most we could possibly ever hope for. And it's now nothing. Very good thought here to close this out. I'd argue that creative hypotheses are just as dangerous. So Cargo said, blindly supporting the sin is, or maybe just believing the sin in general is dangerous. And then Zoe said, I'd argue that creative hypotheses are just as dangerous. It leads to this conspiracy theory mindset that denies evidence in order to go with their theory above all else. And that is 100% the truth. If you buy into the no-mo conspiracy theory, not just from hearing Jay, but like after actually investigating, actually hearing responses to it, actually having all this evidence presented to you, I'm just going to say that you're subject to believe any conspiracy theory ever about anything. Maybe I'm not saying you do believe that all the conspiracy theories floating around out there, whether government controlling the weather, flat earth, secret societies controlling the world, but you are 100% susceptible to believing in those because you've created a mindset where you'll believe anything you want to believe in spite of evidence. And I know that Cargo in particular isn't a Christian, but most people supporting this are. You could apply the same exact reasoning and get rid of all of Christianity too.
Yep. This is absolute nonsense. And Kerr, I don't think that he actually believes the stuff he says. I think that he is just extraordinarily intellectually vain and enjoys arguing for the sake of arguing and showing how much more learned than he is than anyone else. Like I said, he is one of the most insufferable people on the planet and would be one of the most intolerable to possibly live with. It's just not a shred of an honest approach. It's so slimy. And of all the ones, like I think that Odon LaFontaine is really enamored with his theory of the emergence of Christianity. So he's enamored of a theory. He's not here going, haha, I'm smarter than everyone. I can make these brilliant arguments that nobody can refute kind of thing. I think that that's what absolutely what Kerr does. So
you cannot get rid of the truth. Christianity is true. Well, of course you can't in reality, right? Christianity stands up to all scrutiny. I'm not against scrutinizing. I'm not against asking questions. I'm not against asking questions of whether Muhammad existed or pushing the sources and seeing what we really know and what we don't really know. I have no problem with that, whether it comes to Islam or Christianity. What I'm saying is, if you adopt this mindset where evidence no longer impacts your position, you can take any position whatsoever, right? Whether that's an anti-Christian position, a pro-Christian position, there are Martians on Mars, or there are moon people on the moon, or Elon Musk is a lizard person, or whatever, right? You can do whatever you want with that methodology. Literally anything you can establish with that kind of methodology.
Because of the methodology. The methodology is built on what I feel like makes sense. You say makes sense, like Mel will talk about making sense, but what he's really meaning is what is emotionally appealing to me, what fits my preconceived structure that I have built. And if it doesn't fit, then it's suspicious. Then I reject it. And guys, like, it's not a way to do anything. And fortunately, first guy, AJ, turned around in the middle of this and was like, oh, thank you for this.
And I mean, Cargo also acknowledged, right? He also acknowledged that we're correct on this point. I think we definitely, I mean, if the two Nomos who paid any significant attention to this, apparently there were others based on the dislikes, but if the two who interacted with us and paid any significant attention agreed that we have refuted the idea that this inscription was fake, then I would say we definitely did. Sonic says Muhammad was too angry because he had nasty foot injuries, according to the Tomos, and Muhammad was developmentally disabled, according to the Slow-Mos. And then we got Mad Monkey jumping in. Muhammad was an opium farmer. Gromos. And remember, fleas be upon him. Fleas be upon Muhammad. My next scripted video will probably be fleas be upon him. One last comment from the audience. From Levi. I keep wanting to see a collab with Raymond. I would like that. Raymond and I talked a little bit, and basically he doesn't really want to do any more Nomo stuff.
Yeah, he's like, he'll forward.
It's like, this is such a waste of time. This
Mary,
is so.
Can you deal with this?
This is so out far of the realm of what a credible historian deals with. I don't want to deal with it. Is basically his thought, which I respect. But he did say we try to work together on something else at some point. So I look forward to that. Your final thoughts on today, Mary?
There was nothing to this at any time. The reason that I didn't interact with this before is because Mel was not trouncing around. I mean, it was ridiculous before. I pulled the transcript, looked through it quickly, pulled the Kerr's actual paper, translated it, checked the original paper, and then laughed to myself because that's all the attention that it deserved. Everything he said was nonsense. Mel, once again, didn't even understand the actual conclusions of Kerr, although Kerr was doing his best to deceive people and to lead them into other false beliefs. I mean, imagine spending all that time writing things, and what you really want people to believe is not actually the argument that you're making, and you're trying to trick people. Oh, dear. All right.
I think you said something about stuffing it in his rear, but not in the Alzut sense. Not in the Alzut sense.
But like, I just wasn't going to give any attention to this because it's not worth the hours. It's not worth the brain power. It's not worth my time putting this together. It is shameful that he is wasting my time, taking it from things that I really need to be doing, things that are of much greater helpfulness to everyone, that I have to keep dealing with this utter crackpottery nonsense because I don't want to. I want to be talking against Islam. I don't want to be trying to convince Christians not to humiliate themselves publicly because they're repeating stupid things that someone says.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
don't want to
these-
spend my time doing that. Hey, Christians, can you stop looking like morons and idiots for a second and humiliating us in front of the world? Can you stop making us look like crackpots who are paying no attention whatsoever and have no level of seriousness whatsoever in anything? Can you stop, please, just acting like you only believe whatever you want to believe because you want to believe it and you don't care about evidence? I don't want to spend my time doing that. I want to spend my time constructively building people up in Christian theology or constructively tearing Islam to shreds. I don't want to spend time doing this. It's very annoying to me that I have to do this at all. It's part of me is I'm so annoyed all the time when I'm dealing with this because I shouldn't. We should be better than this. Like I always say, you're supposed to be wiser than a serpent, not dumber than a box of rocks.
Uh-huh. Oh, more Kay. Thanks. You seem better now. I thought earlier you were going to have a stroke. To be perfectly honest, this one wasn't nearly as bad as the last two. The last two, man, my brain seriously hurt by the end of it because I kept trying to make sense or, make competent arguments on behalf of the second one was Kerr. I forget what the first one was, but maybe it was Jay. I forget for sure. But we're trying to make competent arguments and then repeatedly having them argue the opposite direction as the argument I made for them, trying to make the best possible argument. And it just was driving me insane. This one was not too bad, actually. This one was pretty good. I actually enjoyed today. And Jay Bo with another Mo says, listen to what I say now, because I probably won't manage to say the same thing again. Faux Mo. Keep those Muhammad's coming in the comment section of the video, but we're going to wrap up as far as the live stream goes. Like I said, I was dealing with some stuff over the last couple of weeks, got everything in order now, I believe, so I should start streaming regularly again. Don't have an exact plan yet, but you should see me a few times over the next coming days.
And I just so you know, I might have something ready for a Friday stream on an absolutely hilarious Quranic contradiction. The contradiction that destroys Islam. That is it's one of the funny ones. I just pulled all of the relevant. I've had it in my head for a while. I've mentioned it before, but I've never done a stream on it. It's very, very funny and will be, I think people will have a good time with it. So.
All right. Yep. I was definitely thinking I'd probably try to stream Friday, whether that's with Mary or not. We will see. But I think I'll definitely try to stream Friday and sometime over the weekend. Like I said, trying to get back into things. Also trying to work on a scripted video. So I'll have to work out the timing on, balancing those things. But back into content now. Personal issues and whatnot took a couple weeks of minimal activity. Until we meet again, everyone, we will close out with the words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.